the carat tof backslash y of the Cheh-Kiang, G mission Z greater than W carat 2, 1 SB dollar equals carat X hyphen carat. Carat backslash U percent backslash mu dollar icant carat a carat S carat percent. K Princeton, N, J, U carat H, Kian carat and shelf. BV 3420.C5M 68 1878 Mool, Arthur Evans, 1836-1918. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang X4, I carat slash mu, Bishop Russell. The Story Cheh-Kiang Mission Church Missionary Society. REV. Arthur E. Mool, C. M. S. Missionary at Ningpo and Hang Poiv, author of single quote 400 millions carat single quote and C, with illustrations. Seeley, Jackson, and Halliday, 54, Fleet Street. Church Missionary House, Salisbury Square. London, printed by J.A.S. Truscott and Son, Suffolk Lane, City. Preface. Vertical bar M semicolon Jamil left square bracket vertical bar HE following, Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission, Mch carat G carat was written in compliance with a suggestion from KSB carat CT headquarters by my brother, the Reverend A. E. Mool, in the midst of his duties, whilst discharging my lack of service at Hangzhou. He would have been glad of the advantage of leisure to render it more complete and more graphic than it is. I have assisted in the duty of passing it through the press, and can only thank God that a missionary narrative, in which I must needs feel so earnest and loving an interest, has been so well and candidly given. Brethren, pray for us. George E. Mool. Contents. Face chat. Field. The province of Cheh-Kiang population and area rivers and canals products mountains climate open to traveling missionaries. 3 chat. Second, early days. China and the C.M.S. Arrival of Smith and Mclatchy arrival of Cobbold and Russell Wars and Treaties Mission House at Ningpo First Baptisms Itinerant Preaching Miss Aldersey the Romanized Colloquials single quote hyphen K and the Senpa District work of Boff and G. Mool Opium Refuge Burden occupies Hangzhou Tai hyphen P asterisk from Rebellion Tenchap. Third, later days. The Tai hyphen Ping rebels at Ningpo their ravages in the province Eastern Lakes Mission G and A. Mool alone in the Mission Bay of the Western Hills Hangzhou reoccupied varied labors reinforcements Bishop Alfred's visit Russell and Boff again in Cheh-Kiang work at Shuheng and Hangzhou consecration of Bishop Russell ordination of native clergy 46 chap. IV. Difficulties and disappointments. Troubles from rumors and alarms disappointments with regard to Inquirer's Sunday observance support of native Christians false accusations against the missionaries 81 chap. V. Triumphs and hopes. Christian deaths liberality of converts has the mission failed %, call for help 97 appendix. Ion Feng Shui 103. Second recent news from Hangzhou 107 Third a Chinese flower ballad 115 IV chronological table, statistics, and C. 125. List OF illustrations. PAG. Bishop Russell Frontupisapa on the Zhejiang River. Six Ningpo, from the West Gate I-8 Bao, the first fruits of Ningpo 20 single quote hyphen K30 bridge near single quote hyphen K31 Kunhei We Church 36 The Opium Hospital in Hangzhou. 40 The city of Yuyao, looking down the river towards Ningpo. 44 Salt Gate, Ningpo 53 Stefansing 55 Buddhist priests 61 Hangzhou 64 Tongbu, the East Lake 68 Church and Mission House at Hangzhou 76 Teotai. 84. C2EKIN. J, greater than 32 single quote. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission, resolution passed at a conference held in Ningpo, under the presidency of the Bishop of Victoria, November 8, 1848, that the province of Cheh-Kiang, occupying a central position with reference to the rest of China, and numbering a population of more than 20 millions, amongst 1/3 of whom the Ningpo dialect is spoken, with but slight modifications, forms a vast field of labor, likely to absorb all the present available laborers of the C.M.S. And that it seems, therefore, advisable that the efforts of the C.M.S. should now be mainly directed towards planting a strong mission over this extensive region. Introduction. 20 men could well be employed by the C.M.S. in and around Ningpo. Extract from a letter of the Reverend W. A. Russell, dated December 1852. 20 men. Yet during the 28 years which form the lifetime thus far of the Cheh-Kiang mission, only 15 clergy of the Church of England have ever labored in this field. These 15 include the late Bishop Smith and the 2 present bishops of South and North China. And reckoning in our list the wives of the missionaries and other missionary ladies who have worked in Cheh-Kiang under the Church Missionary Society, so far from having 20 laborers at the same time in any part of the field, only 28 in 28 years have come to the help of Lai Lord against the mighty foes of 20 million souls. But it is not so much to complain of the past that this story of the mission is compiled as to stimulate, if through God's grace it may be so, zeal for the future. And let us pass at once, therefore, to the inspection of the field. FPGZ at carat chapter I/Nizol.mig% The field. A people numerous as the Octon sands, and glorying as the mightiest of mankind, yet where they are, contented to remain, from age to age resolved to cultivate peace, and the arts of peace, turning to gold the very ground they tread on, and the leaves they gather from their trees year after year. Province of Cheh-Kiang, or Crooked River, is the smallest of the 18 provinces of China proper, and yet one of the most populous. 12 provinces have a smaller population than Cheh-Kiang, and its neighbor, Fujian, with an area larger by 12,000 square miles, had in 1812 an estimated population of only 14 millions as compared with 26 millions, the population of Cheh-Kiang. The mountainous character of Fujian accounts, no doubt, for this difference in population. The area of Cheh-Kiang is 39,150 square miles. That is to say, England, v/ith or northern counties Northumberland, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Durham, and Yorkshire cut off. Yet Lancashire, with the Midland and southern counties of B2. The story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. England would provide a sufficiently large diocese for one bishop to work with a band of 13 clergy, the whole number, including the native clergy, on the roll of the Society's Cheh-Kiang mission at the present date. Cheh-Kiang measures about 260 English miles from east to west, and about 380 from north to south. It is bounded on the north by Jiangsu, the chief province of China, and the most celebrated for its wealth and products, on the south by Fujian, on the east by a wild, rugged seacoast, and on the west by the provinces of Manhui and Kangsai. It is equal in size to the entire Kingdom of Portugal, and twice as large as Denmark, and the Emerald Isle could float within its boundaries. Mr. Millen, from whose interesting life in China the above paragraph is quoted, gives extracts from Chinese official documents descriptive of the characteristics of the population. To mention those only of the districts in which at present the C.M.S. is laboring, the natives of the Ningpo department are given to the cultivation of fields or letters. The people of Zhejiang are diligent, frugal, and fond of learning. Hangzhou is famous for having all the greatest as well as the dearest curiosities in the world. Merchants from all quarters flock thither. This is nearly literally true. In the course of 2 or 3 afternoons I have met within the walls of the city, besides Manchu Tartars forming part of the garrison, and natives of Ningpo, Shuhing and Chao, all within the province of Cheh-Kiang. Natives also of Sichuan, Hupet, Honan, Kangsu, Kangsai, and Kwangtung. The manners of the people of Hangzhou. Proceeds this native writer. Other Protestant churches are at work in the province, with an aggregate of laborers considerably larger than this. Our duty, however, is but slightly affected by this consideration. The field. 5 polished, and their education is of the first stamp. It has crowds of literati in its population. Since this was written, the withering plague of civil war has swept over the great capital of Cheh-Kiang. Vast numbers of its inhabitants were destroyed, and perhaps 4/5 of its buildings were leveled to the ground. But it has rapidly revived during the past 12 years, and this native estimate of the character of the city and its inhabitants still in Amaya sure holds good. The province of Cheh-Kiang has, writes Millen, from olden times been the theater upon which some of the principal acts in Chinese history have been performed. The Ningpo River, 80 li above the city, bears the name now of Yao, now of Shun, the 2 semi-mythical patriarch emperors of 4,000 years ago. Shun, the Cincinnatus of China, called from the fields to reign, is said to have plowed his father's acres with an elephant not far from the city of Yuyao, 40 miles west of Ningpo, whilst 2 or 3 miles outside the walls of Shuhing stands the tomb of the Emperor Yu, the Chinese Noah, as some call him, who is said to have subdued the deluge which inundated China 4,000 years ago. This province contains waterways of great extent and importance. The country round Ningpo and Shuhing is accessible almost everywhere to an itinerating missionary traversing in a boat the countless canals. The southern and southwestern districts, including the Chao, Wenchao, and Qinghua prefectures, are hilly, and traveling must be performed chiefly on foot or in sedan chairs. The great river Tshan, Tang, 15 miles wide at its mouth, and fully 2 as it sweeps past the walls of Hangzhou, is the same which, as the crooked river, Cheh-Kiang, gives a name to the whole province. Its upper waters, which enter our province from the left (see note opposite, Ataonthe River. The field. Southwest in 3 main streams, furnish means of communication with 8 other provinces. The plains watered by these numerous streams and canals produce, especially round Ningpo and Shuhing, vast quantities of rice, 4 varieties of that grain being raised in the Ningpo plain. The province produces also wheat and barley, maize, a little sorghum, and the sugar cane, besides cotton in the districts reclaimed from the sea, a crop which helped to relieve the distress in England during the American War. Other crops are many varieties of beans, peas, roots, and seeds which serve both as food and for the manufacture of oil. Hemp and tobacco are also grown. The green tea plant covers the hills, a northern aspect being preferred by the planters, and countless mulberry groves feed innumerable precious ones, as the Chinese call the silkworms, in this, one of the chief silk-producing provinces of the empire. Amongst fruits the apricot, the peach, the plum, the pear, and the cherry, inferior though they are in quality, remind one of home, and of the rest may be mentioned the orange, though not equal to that of Foochow and Canton, the fpa, or loquat, a kerneled, juicy fruit, in taste somewhat resembling the gooseberry, the arbutus, finer far and more juicy than in England, and the persimmon, a luscious autumn fruit. Alas! Large tracts of good ground, once covered with grain, glow now in early summer with the baneful bloom of the blood-red poppy. The Indian poppy plant bears a wide asterisk. Chinese canals have no locks. When a boat has to pass from one level to another, for example, from a canal to a river, it is usually hauled with caxtons, or by buffaloes, over part of the bank, sloped for the purpose by masonry or earthwork, and covered with moistened and slippery clay. The hawsers, of bamboo split and twisted, are fastened either round the stem of the boat, or to a strong beam crossing it near the prow. Our cut is from a photograph of a fa, or portage, connecting the canals of the Shuhing Plain with the river Xungo, which falls into Hangzhou Bay, Sea of the Tang River. 8. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Flower, but the produce of both red and white, fair though the flowers be to the eye, is ruining this noble land. The hills of Cheh-Kiang, though not so lofty and extensive as those of Fujian, yet call for special notice. Native books give elaborate descriptions of the Xmingshan, a mountain range, rising to the W.S.W. of Ningpo, and its ramifications stretching through the districts of Ningpo, _K, Fenghua, Yuyao, Shangyu, and Ninghai. It is reckoned in Taoist books as ninth in the order of the 36 lofty mountains of China, and no less than 280 peaks are numbered in the chain, each one having a distinctive name. In winter time these noble hills, rising sometimes to the height of 3,000 feet above the sea, are occasionally covered with snow, the thermometer marking from 10 to 15 degrees of frost. The drifts lie long on the higher hill slopes, and some days after the plain is free from snow, the distant jagged outline of mountain tops glitters white against the clear blue frosty day. In spring the sun's reviving fires clothe as by magic these hill ranges with flowers. Azaleas of several shades of rose color, as well as yellow, and here and there a rare snow-white blossom, carpet the hills of Cheh-Kiang from base to summit. Wisteria festoons the rocks, and hawthorn, dwarf lilac, and dog violets remind one of home. Meanwhile on the spring breeze is heard the cuckoo's song, and on the hillside, the mavis and merle are singing. Spring soon glows into summer, and the full summer sun, the thermometer now standing often at 100 degrees in the shade, looks down on these hills and plains. The hills are well nigh stripped of flowers by the great heat, save where in the woods lilies white and fragrant, or the tiger lily and a brown variety flourish by the mountain streams. But in the field plains below, the rice crops are ripening fast under the fiery blaze. Then comes autumn, very sickly and dangerous in its early days, but from the middle of October to the latter end of December possessing an atmosphere the most delightful and invigorating. Then by sea, by river and canal, or on foot, the missionary must travel who will thoroughly evangelize this province. To the native mind either route is fraught with danger. Pirates by the first, river thieves and smugglers by the second, and mountain robbers by the third, threaten the traveler. **A. The load of anxiety which must lie on the mind of the governor of Cheh-Kiang. Yet in truth, considering the extent and character of the country, most foreign travelers have enjoyed marvelous immunity from danger by day and by night. In the years 1855 and 1856, Mr. Cobbold, of the C.M.S. and Mr. Rankin, of the American Presbyterian Mission, made 2 extensive tours through the interior of the province, visiting 13 walled cities, and similar tours have since been made without serious danger or hindrance, by land or by water. How singular the contrast is here between conservative China and liberal Japan. Mr. Warren, in his interesting narrative of a pedestrian tour in Japan made in the spring of the year 1875, informs us that whilst everything foreign is popular and current in the interior of Nippon, from lucifer matches and blacking up to portraits of the Queen of England, framed and glazed for 3 cents, yet, to pass from town to town, and village to village, ostensibly to preach the gospel of the kingdom of God, would not for a moment be tolerated by the authorities. Here in obstructive, exclusive, self-satisfied China tours of evangelists and colporteurs have been for well nigh 30 years but little restricted, and of late even the residence of missionaries in the interior has been officially recognized and allowed. Chapter 11. Early Days. 'Tis thus they press the hand and part, thus have they bid farewell again, yet still they commune, heart with heart, linked by a never-broken chain. / Boner. He first thought of a mission to China was formed very early in the history of the Church Missionary Society. So far back as the year 8 or 2 years only after the formation of the society, The committee consulted with the Archbishop of Canterbury on the subject, but the way seemed then to be entirely closed. In 1824, when Drive Morrison was in England, the committee communicated with him as to the openings for a mission in China, but then also the establishment of such a mission seemed impossible. In 1837 the Reverend E. B. Squire was sent on a tentative mission, and resided some time both in Singapore and in Macao. He was compelled to return to England after 2 years' work, and it was not till the year 1844 that the first Church of England missionaries were commissioned to occupy a definite post on the mainland of China. The society was encouraged, nay, well nigh compelled, to commence the mission to China, by the receipt, from one who, early days, one wished to be known only as a shadow po single quote carat, less than the least, of the liberal donation of 6,000 consols. This donation, offered and accepted exclusively for China, was made shortly after the arrival of news of the ratification of the Treaty of Nankin, which opened to foreign trade and residence the 5 ports of Shanghai, Ningpo, Fuzhou, Amoy, and Canton. The Reverend G. Smith, afterwards first Bishop of Victoria, Hong Kong, and the Reverend T. Mpalachi reached China on November 25, 1844. Mr. Mpalachi proceeded at once to Shanghai, and after laboring there for 8 years, his health gave way, and he returned to England. He returned to China in 1864, and at the present date he is still at work in the mission which he was permitted to found so many years ago. Mr. Smith meanwhile was instructed by the committee to visit the 5 consular ports already named, and to report to the committee as to the comparative facilities for missionary work in each. During this exploratory tour, he spent the summer and early autumn of 1845 at Ningpo, residing in a native house within the city walls from June 17 till September 28. He hoped to have made this city his permanent station, having enjoyed many interesting opportunities during his short stay of spreading the knowledge of the gospel among the friendly citizens. Failure of health, however, compelled his retirement, and he thus, in a regretful farewell, summed up the advantages of Ningpo as a mission field. It affords a promising sphere for quiet missionary work amongst a superior population in one of the finest and largest cities of the empire, and without the deteriorating influence of an extensive trade with foreigners. 2. It presents peculiar facilities for the planting of out. 1. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Stations, and for making periodical visits to the surrounding country, as the growing exigencies of the mission may hereafter render expedient. More than 2 years elapsed before, acting on this favorable report, the society was able definitely to adopt Ningpo and the province of Cheh-Kiang generally as a mission field. Nearly 30 years ago, May 13, 1848, the Reverend R. H. Cobbold and the Reverend W. A. Russell reached Ningpo. They found 7 missionaries already on the spot, 1 from the English Baptist Society, the rest Presbyterians and Baptists from America, of whom the first to arrive had been already nearly 5 years connected with Ningpo. Their names, in order of seniority, were as follows: Colanders, McGowan and McCarty, the Reverend R. Q. Way, M. S. Culbertson, T. H. Hudson, J. W. Quarterman, and E. C. Lord. It is a remarkable fact that after the lapse of 30 years 6 out of the 9 pioneers of the Ningpo mission, Mr. Russell and Mr. Cobbold being added to the list, are still living. 2. Including the honored bishop and leader of the C.M.S. missions in North China, are still in Ningpo, 1 in Shanghai, 1 in Japan, 1 in England, and 1 in the United States, and 1 of the 2, who are no more, died of confluent smallpox, and not directly from the influence of the climate. The climate is to many constitutions exceedingly trying, as the after history of the mission will show, and it has proved fatal to not n. But the above fact stands out from the annals of the Ningpo mission to encourage the faith of some who may have hitherto shrunk from China as if it were equally dangerous with the fever-bound coasts of East and West Africa. It is difficult for residents of the present day to imagine the state of things in Ningpo 34 years ago. In these Ningpo streets, where English and American ladies now walk. Early days. To and fro on their errands of mercy unmolested, where house-to-house visitation is practiced, and where girls' schools and classes for heathen women are held. Here, only a generation ago, a strange event was witnessed by some natives who are now catechists of our society. An English lady, Mrs. Noble, the widow of the captain of the kite transport, which was wrecked in Hangzhou Bay, was carried about the streets in a cage and exhibited to the populace. And at Yuyao, where there is now a flourishing American mission, and within 10 miles of which begins the Sanpa Mission District, now presided over by a Chinese pastor in full orders at Yuyao, the Chinese general, Yu Qin, after flaying and burning alive a foreigner caught during the War of 1841, destroyed himself in despair at the capture of Ningpo by Sir Hugh Gough. That war opened China. British manufactures and Indian opium, the latter then still contraband, poured in by 5 great gates. It is a delicate matter for Christian missionaries to pass in by a war-forced entrance, and yet it would have been false modesty had they refused to take advantage of such a door. Their position was rendered still more anomalous when by the Treaty of Tsin and Convention of Peking, signed in 860, together with special facilities granted to missionaries, opium was reluctantly admitted as a legal article of commerce. Opium, which had formed so mighty a factor in the fomentation of war, which had opened China, needing the gospel in all her wide provinces. Can Christian missionaries consent to be introduced at court by the opium trade, against which they must ever protest? Such conflicting thoughts must often occur to a sensitive mind. And yet the answer seems simple enough. God, in His loving mercy, ever delights to bring good out of evil. And Christian missionaries dare not hesitate to be the almoners of God's mercy. 14. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Or, to borrow the simple argument of the Bishop of Peterborough in reply to the Duke of Somerset's anti-missionary tirade, British subjects might enter China under the treaty, and were equally entitled to protection whether they sold cotton or Bibles. It cannot be denied that these wars and their consequences have served to intensify the dislike and suspicion entertained against foreigners by the ruling classes, but it is probable that, in consequence of the exclusive policy of China and her intolerable arrogance, nothing but a series of humiliating defeats, such as she experienced in 1841, to 42 and 1858, to 60, could have opened her brazen gates, and have brought to the more amenable and friendly common people the blessings of honest commerce and Christian truth. The C.M.S. at all events, did not hesitate on this subject, and as soon as the news arrived of the signing of the Treaty of Nankin, the committee resolved that no time should be lost in seizing the opportunity thus providentially afforded for commencing a mission in China. In 1845, as has already been recorded, Shanghai was occupied by Mr. Mbalachi, and in May 1848, Mr. Cobbold and Mr. Russell reached Ningpo. It is to the Ningpo mission, with its important and interesting offshoots, Hangzhou and Zhejiang, that the reader's attention will be specially directed in the following pages. This history may be divided into 2 portions. A division, though somewhat arbitrary, yet sufficiently accurate to justify its use. The first is that which intervened between the close of the First War with England and the suppression of the Tai-Ping Rebellion. During the second, which reaches to the present time, China has been recovering from the effects of that rebellion, and growing more and more confident of her ability. Early days. 1. To measure swords once again with foreign powers. Neither of these periods can be considered really favorable for missionary work, yet through the whole 30 years God has owned and blessed His servants' work. Even had the political conditions been as much in their favor as they were the reverse, There were inevitable difficulties of another kind, which should never be forgotten in reviewing the career of our early missionaries and estimating their present success. Ignorant of the Chinese language, totally unacquainted with the social habits and religious beliefs of the people, without church or school, without a single native Christian to sympathize with and aid their efforts, with a teacher of the language indeed, but one who needed instruction himself in the art of communicating what was of first necessity and knowledge of his vernacular finally, with no definite instructions from the home committee as to a plan of operations. Such were the circumstances under which our first missionaries began work in Cheh-Kiang. Yet already 4 native catechists, of from 10 to 18 years standing, have been ordained, 1 to the priesthood, 3 to the diaconate, and the chief church in Ningpo, no longer large enough to accommodate the growing congregation, is to be relieved by a chapel of ease near the bishop's residence, and native ministers lately admitted to deacon's orders will, it is hoped, in process of time assume the pastorate of these 2 congregations. Stronger and more enduring than the first flush of a missionary's early ardor, there remained to sustain the faith and vigor of the first workers in this field the stimulating and cheering thought of the glory and universal adaptability of the gospel of the grace of God, and the daily sight of a great city, and wide-spreading plain, inhabited by hundreds of thousands of immortal souls, living all without hope and without one the story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. God in the world. And the same faith and hope and pitying love have thus far sustained the mission, and must be the strength and the motive of all future successful work. Mr. Cobbold and Mr. Russell, on their arrival at Ningpo, after being hospitably entertained for 5 days by Drive McGowan of the American Baptist Mission, found temporary lodgings in a large Taoist temple, near which stand now the bishop's house and the mission boarding school for girls, with the dwelling house of Miss Lawrence the superintendent. And in this same neighborhood are rising the buildings for a mission college to be superintended by Mr. Hoare, and the chapel of ease alluded to above. One of the priests of that temple still survives, white-haired and somewhat decrepit, but vividly remembering his former guest, and now honored neighbor, the bishop, his regard for him being intensified by the fact of the bishop having saved his life when the city was stormed by the Thai King in 1861. The same green, stagnant ditch bounds the walls of the monastery, the same great shrubs of the Alia fragrance stand within its walls, and scatter on the September air the same perfume which astonished and enchanted the senses of our early missionaries in the autumn of 1848. The temple, denuded of its idols by the iconoclastic Thai Ping, and turned for a while into a military hospital during the troublous autumn of 1862, has recovered some little of its body adornment and numerous pantheon. And the old priest has not yet rejoiced the bishop's heart by putting to his guest of 28 years ago the question, "what must I do to be saved?" The missionaries began at once the study of the language, and took frequently long walks to the skirts of the nearer hills. They thus practiced their limited vocabulary, and became aware of the great number of towns and villages in the wide, early days. Plains around the city, amongst which, at the present date, the Church Missionary Society alone has as many as 9 outstations. During the autumn of 1868 a house was secured in a crowded part of the city. This house, the Kwun Chishaodio, or Kwun Bridgehead House, still continues in the occupancy of the mission. It was fitted up somewhat in foreign style, and was inhabited through many seasons successively by Messrs. Cobbold, Russell, and Goff as bachelors, and then by Mr. and Mrs. Russell, by Mr. and Mrs. G. E. Moole, and by Mr. and Mrs. Fleming. It is occupied at present by the mission boarding school for boys, but it is hoped that eventually it may become the parsonage for the native pastor of our congregation in the southern district of Ningpo, affording accommodation at the same time for day schools and other work. This house will be remembered throughout eternity by not a few. It lies on a busy thoroughfare, and within a stone's throw of the main street of the city. By day and far into the night the clink and ring of smiths and tinkers' hammers close by, and the bussy hum from the neighboring tea shops are heard. The air is close and oppressive, but in a summer house above the roofs the missionary, weary with study, or heated with argument or exhortation, could inhale the fresh breezes borne from the sea, 10 miles distant eastward, or from the beautiful amphitheater of hills north, west, and south. The erection of this summer house brought the missionaries into early collision with one of the great superstitions of the Chinese. The neighbors, hearing of the proposed turret, and seeing the preparations for its erection, called on the missionaries and informed them that the tall tower could not be allowed. The flying S/my carrot of the neighborhood would be asterisk, wind and water, the Chinese phrase for local good or ill fortune. See Appendix C. Watson, from a Fort Kingpo, from The Westgate. Sp. Early days. 19 destroyed. The work must cease. The missionaries argued and remonstrated, but in vain, until Mr. Russell, with the ready wit of his countrymen, discomfited the foe, and turned their indignation into merriment, by proposing, as a compromise, that the mission should keep the wind and the neighbors the water. The deputation withdrew and the work was finished. Very many of the Christians in Ningpo heard the gospel first in this house, and very many, alas, of the heathen of Ningpo will have their mouths shut at the last day by the remembrance of the preaching room at the Quinjishaodio. Who is sufficient for these things? Carat, asterisk in the hall of this house, just 3 years after the opening of the mission, 2 native converts were baptized, one of whom still survives, faint, from dangerous and it is feared incurable illness, but pursuing, and earnestly desirous of working still for his master, the other, who will be named more than once in this story, passed, we trust, to his rest in the autumn of 1874. This admission to amidst this vast population, writes Mr. Cobbold, may appear a small matter in the eyes of many, but V/E know who has said that he does not despise the day of small things, and the little one may become 1,000. The Lord hasten it in his time. The Reverend F. Goff, who joined the mission in the spring of 1850, stood witness with Mr. Russell at this interesting service. Meanwhile vigorous itineration in the neighborhood of Ningpo was begun by Mr. Russell. It is a task calling forth mingled sighs and thankfulness to look back a quarter of a century and recall the early aspirations of these eager laborers. Asterisk the picture opposite shows the canal running east and west through Ningpo. The turret belongs to the chapel of the American Baptist Mission. The high roof at the extreme left is that of the Buddhist convent of Yin, close to Mr. Goff's house. The Quin Bridge spans the canal at a point a few hundred yards beyond the turreted chapel. He has since died in peace, 1877, c2. BAO, THE First Fruits of Ningpo. Early days. The secretaries, when introducing the journals of the missionaries from time to time, speak of the anxiety with which they wait to see how it may please God to bless the working of the mission, whether the process will be slow, or whether, considering the pressing necessities of this numerous and long shut-up people, it may be His pleasure to hasten its development. How mysterious God's dealings have been! At Fuzhou the missionaries, one after another, prayed and worked and waited for 11 long years without one conversion, and now the converts number about 6 bu. At Ningpo the early days were full of promise, full of hope for China. Thus the secretaries characterize Mr. Russell's early letters. I cannot help feeling, writes Mr. Russell in 1852, that the Lord is having His way prepared amongst this people, and that ere long, if spared, we shall be privileged to see His truth telling largely upon them. Yet, after the lapse of 28 years, including those who have died and some few who have been excommunicated, the baptismal roll of our Cheh-Kiang mission numbers scarcely more than 700. Mr. Russell thus speaks of his country preaching. For the last few weeks I have been in the habit of going out once or twice a week into the neighboring villages and towns, distributing tracts and preaching. Had I had physical power, each day I might have addressed some 20 different assemblies, varying in number from 50 to 200 persons, who in most cases would have listened attentively to me for half an hour. It will be interesting to you to learn that Baoishai, one of our converts, accompanied me on these excursions, and frequently addressed his countrymen in so clear and impressive a manner as to draw tears from my eyes. This is a department of missionary labor the most attractive perhaps, because the most directly evangelistic, in which a missionary can engage, and as it has been carried on all. 20. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Through the life of the mission, let us follow the missionary and his zealous native helper Bao, and watch them at their work. Today their preaching place is a tea shop, tomorrow a corner of a crowded street, or the courtyard of some country hamlet, or the shade of some tree by a canal bank. The preamble to the discourse is all complimentary. What is your honorable surname? Right curly bracket, says the missionary, accosting some senior amongst the knot of listeners quickly assembling to see and hear a foreigner. My disreputable name is Yang. And your distinguished name, foreign sir? One. My poor name is Lo. What may be your honorable age? Right curly bracket, the missionary asks again. I am but young, my age is 68. 68. Can you add another 68 to your life, venerable Sir V? You flatter me. He replies. Who can live so long as that V? Why not? Right curly bracket, see this camphor tree, it is 500 years old at least. Why are men so short-lived and trees so enduring? But if it be so as you say, my venerable friend, if half your journey is over, what place do you hope to reach at the end? Right curly bracket, as your proverb says, single quote, this world is very well as a rest house but not as our abiding home. We are but pilgrims and strangers, our home is heaven. You say of yourselves that you are heaven born, heaven sustained, that on heaven you depend for life and food. The heavenly ruler, then, is your Father in heaven, and you, as children on foreign travel, should hope to return home thither after a while. Is not your hope, venerable sir, and yours, honorable friends, turning to the crowd, to go thither? Early days. 23. To be sure, they reply, but who can go to heaven? What difficulty is there in the way? The good go to the good place, as you all say, and the bad to the bad. Virtue surely has its reward and vice its punishment. Are none in your honorable village good? Single quote asterisk. Ah, they reply, single quote, everywhere there are bad and good. Indeed, rejoins the missionary, in all foreign countries we cannot find one good person, and I have heard it said that even in your honorable country there are but two good people known of, asterisk, one dead, one not yet born. This raises a loud laugh, when by the witness of a Chinese proverb all the world is accounted guilty before God. Now, my friends, proceeds the missionary, it is guilt which makes us short-lived, which has brought death into the world, and which fills even the longest life with sorrow. It is this which makes us fear that we cannot reach home. It is this which makes all men fear death. We all have sin, and sin, as you know, must be punished. Confucius says, single quote, if you sin against heaven, there is no place for prayer. What is to be done? You, my old friend, are like yon westering sun. Your day is far spent, the night cometh. And you, my friends, young and old, remember your proverb, who knows in the morning what may happen at night? Right curly bracket, is there no remedy for sin, no salvation, no savior? Will fasting serve, or penance, or almsgiving? Right curly bracket, or does the maxim hold? When you know your fault, be sure to amend, and perhaps you may escape destruction. Right curly bracket, or can Confucius save you, or Lu Tzu forgive your sins, or Sakyamuni Buddha he, too, a foreign sage, could he take sin away? No, these were all moral teachers, preachers of virtue, but if you see a man drowning in this canal, will you save him by shouting to him, or quoting Confucius to him, or telling him that he ought not to have fallen in? No, forsooth. Bring a rope, or a ladder, or jump in boldly and save the drowning. 24. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Man. What we want is salvation first, and then exhort a Chian. Now such a Rifjan preach I unto you. And from this vantage ground, the sweet story of old, is told plainly, fully, lovingly. Jesus, the Son of God, gave himself a ransom for all, outweighing in value all the human race, even as a good silver dollar exceeds in value a base brass coin. All very good, shouts out a man on the outskirts of the crowd, single quote, all very well, but this doctrine comes from abroad, and it is you foreigners who bring us opium. My friend, interposes the cakechist, single quote, do you buy Lucifer matches right curly bracket, do you wear foreign calico right curly bracket, is it not plain that some foreign things are bad and some good? Even supposing that the Christian religion were proved to be foreign, it would not of necessity follow that it is bad. But just see how foolish we Chinese are. Suppose a peddler were to come to your village with 2 packs of merchandise, one beneficial to body and mind, and freely distributed to all applicants, the other ruinous to a man's whole being, and yet an article for which a heavy price is demanded. For the latter thousands and millions are willing to sacrifice fortune and life, but for the first, few will even stretch out a hand to receive it as a gift. Is not this what we are doing? We reject Christianity because we fancy it is foreign, and greedily consume opium though we know it to be foreign. Well, retorts this same critic, but the fact of the matter is, that we in the Middle Kingdom have Confucius, and you in the West, Jesus. My friend, replies the missionary, Confucius and Jesus cannot thus be compared together. The people of your honorable country resemble a man walking along a difficult, narrow, dark, and slippery path, with a precipice on either side 10,000 feet in depth. One false step and you are over. Early days. 25. And no power, device, nor ingenuity of your own can save you. As you enter on this path, a wise friend gives you a lantern, by using which you may perhaps avoid some of the dangers of the way. This is Confucius, the lantern is his canonical books. Have you used this light, and undeviatingly follow the moral teaching of the sage No, they all exclaim. Single quote, none of us have done so, none can follow his doctrine. My friends, then you are already falling into the dark and terrific pit of destruction, and neither Confucius, Mencius, nor all the sages can save you. Only the power and wisdom of God can save. Christ Jesus is that power, Christ Jesus is that wisdom. But, continues the missionary, remember that Christianity is not a foreign creed. We foreigners are but letter carriers and heralds. The letter, the message, comes from heaven. 3. The setting sun. Is it a native sun or a foreign sun right curly bracket? The crowd laughs. We suppose you foreigners, too, are warmed by it. Certainly so. There are native and foreign candles, but only one sun. And when day dawns and the sun is up, blow out your candles. And so often the doctrine of Jesus comes, then all human creeds are needed no longer. O my friends! While ye have light, believe in the light. Come, believe in Jesus. Where is this Jesus? Earnestly asks an old woman seated at a house door within hearing. How must I pray to him right curly bracket? Don't you know, replies the preacher, that, as your proverb says, single quote 3 feet over the head of everyone is God right curly bracket. Now Jesus is God, and is everywhere present. In your bedroom or sitting room, or in the open air, you can find him. Pray, trusting in his merits, and you will be heard. No. 26. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Candles, or incense, or offerings are required to propitiate God. Only trust in the life and death of Jesus and you are safe. And then as a thank offering give to him henceforth the single quote threefold sacrifice, not of fish, flesh, and fowl, as you do to your idols, but the lip of truth, the uncorrupt life, the clean heart. These you cannot give in your own strength. Go shake your mountain range man's nature who can change. But God will give the Holy Spirit if you ask Him, and change your whole heart and life. Tea is now brought from several houses, and tracts are sold or given away according to the missionary's discretion. The audience is invited to the nearest chapel, the crowd breaks up, and the missionary and his assistants pass on to another village. Our missionaries were greatly encouraged during the year 1852. The Cheh-Kiang was deploring on one occasion to a heathen neighbor the many obstacles in the way of Christian ID. The neighbor interrupted him and begged him to recall the state of things only 2 years before. Then, he said, you remember how reluctant the people of Ningpo were to allow their children to go to foreigners' schools, whereas at present if 100 schools were opened they would be filled to overflowing. Formerly also the women were all speaking against foreigners when they passed along the streets, whereas now they say that they are better behaved than the Chinese. Mr. Russell also himself records the growing friendliness of the people, and that the number of regular attendants at the chapels was steadily increasing. Mr. Goff, though laid aside for a while by fever and obliged to seek rest and change in Chusan, was able to take charge of Mr. Cobble's boys' school when he left for England. Early days. 27 in the summer of 185 1. Mr. Cobble rejoined the mission with Mrs. Cobble in 1853. In 1852 Mr. Goff himself was obliged by illness to return to England, and Mr. Russell, thus left single-handed, was joined by Mr. Jackson from Foochow. In the autumn of the same year Mr. Russell married a lady, a ward of Miss Aldersey's, who had come to Ningpo with Miss Aldersey when she began mission work in that city. Mrs. Russell, with a perfect mastery of the Ningpo vernacular, which she began to learn at the age of 14, and possessing a thorough acquaintance with the habits and notions of the Chinese, has been now for a quarter of a century one of the most efficient workers in the mission. About this time Miss Aldersey, living at her own charges, and aided in her work by the Female Education Society, through her connection with Mr. Russell's family and her long residence under his roof, though not a member of the Church of England, became, to a certain extent, associated with the C.M.S. mission. Our present outstation at Zhejiang originated in an effort of hers, and she frequently visited the Senpa Plain, where also she had agents lent to her by our own and other societies, and which is now our most important country district. So deep and lasting was her affection for these fields of her labors and prayers, that when Providence Chile called to Australia in 1860, she named her colonial home, whence in the year 1866 she passed to the skies, Zhejiang. Mr. Russell writes thus of her departure from Ningpo, April 10, 1860. She has left behind her at Ningpo a name which will never be effaced from many grateful hearts, for whose good she has so long and so faithfully labored. That name is fragrant still in Ningpo, that example is still a stimulus to many a worker, and her prayerful seed sowing in the hearts of Ningpo girls is bearing fruit. Several 28th Chai Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Baptisms have recently taken place of women who in childhood attended Miss Aldersey's school. One of these, a young Avodo, is now, 1876, under Miss Lawrence's superintendence, conducting a girls' school in Zhejiang itself. Early in the history of the mission, the necessity was felt of reducing to writing the vernacular of Ningpo, a task hitherto unattempted. Mr. Russell believed he had ascertained that not more than 5% of the adult population could read intelligently the literary language of China. By him, in concert with other missionaries, a system now called the Romanized Colloquial was constructed. A phonetic orthography, following for the most part the continental pronunciation, was adopted as its basis. Bishop Smith, writing in the spring of 1852, speaks of the rapidity and accuracy with which teachers, pupils, and even servants had learned to write and read in the Roman and also in the italic letters. Portions of the liturgy and of the Gospels had been translated and printed, or rather each separate copy stamped on Chinese paper with types made of horn, and containing the various initial and final letters or double letters of which Chinese words, all monosyllables, are formed. During Mr. Koff's temporary absence in Chusan, May 185-1, a schoolboy V/Ho had accompanied him wrote to Messrs. Cobbold and Russell a capital letter following this system of orthography, giving an account of his studies, his walks, the illness of one of the boys, and other matters, which was read aloud without any difficulty. So clear was it that Mr. Russell's teacher shook his head, and gravely remarked that that letter was certainly not written by a boy, almost implying that some supernatural agency had been employed. Bishop Smith, however, could not feel so sanguine as to hope that the system has such advantages, or will acquire such a general prevalence, as to supersede the Chinese literary early days. 29. Style. In raising a Christian literature, as this latter style is capable of being read in every province, and being an ideographic form of writing is also capable of conveying Christian truth to the reading population of 1/3 of the human race. Possibly in estimating the intelligence of readers too severe a test has been applied. The Chinese literary style is meant for the eye and not for the ear, and a book may be perfectly intelligible to the eye of the reader, though with his tongue he cannot readily give its meaning in the colloquial. Just as a scholar who can read a Greek or Latin author with ease and enjoyment, might yet find it beyond his powers to read off a page at sight into idiomatic English. Nevertheless, the Romanized colloquial has done a great and good work, and will probably live and grow. The system was introduced into mission schools in 185-1. In 1852 Mr. Russell was associated with Mr. Rankin and Drive Party, both of the American Presbyterian Mission, in translating the Holy Scriptures into the vernacular. In the same year Mr. Goff, for a short time, joined the translation committee. In 1854 Mr. Russell, with the assistance of the Reverend W. A. P. Martin, of the American Presbyterian Mission, published the 4 Gospels and 2 of the Epistles in the same style. Since then many have labored in this literary field, and amongst the Ningpo colloquial books printed in Roman character may be mentioned Genesis, Exodus, the Psalms, Isaiah, Daniel, and the complete New Testament with references, the Common Prayer Book, Pilgrim's Progress, the Peep of Day, line upon line, and lines left out, some volumes of sermons, catechisms, stories for children, a manual for the Lord's Supper, hymn books, geographies, and c. In February, and again in July, 1855, attempts were made to rent a mission house in the rich and proud district city of _hyphen locally Zki, nearly Zhejiang. From a photograph by Major Watson. Early days. 31 _hyphen K, lying 12 miles NW of Ningpo. Asterisk each attempt was foiled. The hostility of the people, writes Mr. Russell, was apparently called forth by the supposed connection between missionaries and the opium traffic. On one occasion a mass meeting was held in the Confucian Temple, and but for the timely withdrawal of Mr. Russell violence would probably have been offered. A footing was at bridge near _hyphen K. From a photograph by Major Watson. Length obtained in I-860, and at the present time the _hyphen K congregation meets in a commodious church built by the *_hyphen K Mercy Stream is some 12 miles from Ningpo, on a branch of the river whose tides flush the canals that penetrate its suburbs. In the picture we have, on the narrow waters of one of them, a group of native boats with their bamboo-woven roofs. One, half uncovered, is laden with empty wine jars. Another, beyond, its roof in front closed with a semicircular mat woven in a pattern, is a private, or perhaps a hired, passage boat such as those used by missionaries for itinerating and which then becomes their inn and conveyance in one, bed, board, books, and all being contained in it, though its low roof does not permit them to stand up. The hills behind are intersected by passes, which lead into the populous Sanpa Plain. 32. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Contributions of foreigners in China, and is ministered to by a Chinese pastor in deacon's orders. But it has ever been a hard and discouraging field. The sharp and humiliating defeat of the Chinese army in 1842 rankles still in the memories of some of the older inhabitants, and may perhaps account in part for their unfriendliness. The British garrison of Ningpo, under Sir Hugh Gough, hearing of a meditated assault on the city by a Chinese force assembled at _K, resolved to anticipate the attack by advancing on that city. A member of our Christian congregation there has more than once related to me the fight on this occasion, which he witnessed as a boy. The panic produced by the shrill British bugles sounding from the hills which embrace the city on three sides, the rockets hissing from afar, and the agility of the redcoats in pursuing the flying Chinese were most graphically described. The pursuit did not cease till the whole rebel army was hurled over the steep pass, Chang-K*Iling, down into the plain of Sanpa. A temple crowning the pass, and used as a military post by the Chinese, was burnt by the English. 25 years after the event it was still partly in ruins. A missionary passing it on his return from Sanpa was asked, with much bitterness, by one of the resident priests, who, he supposed, had burned it. The long-haired, I should imagine, said the missionary, meaning the T*IP*King rebels, commonly known by that name. No, replied the angry monk. The red-haired. Difficulty of another kind was encountered in trying to plant a mission at the district city of Fenghua, 20 miles south of Ningpo, and though a school was for a while opened in one of its suburbs, it was afterwards abandoned. The place, however, is now occupied by the China Inland Mission. The red-haired, is a nickname specially applied to the Dutch, but extended often to all foreigners. Early days. 33. It was in 1855 that our missionaries were providentially led to the great plain of Sanpa. Mr. Gough, accompanied by the Reverend J. L. Nevius, visited the plain in the autumn of that year, and during the same season he made a second visit with Mr. Russell, attended by the Kachist. This fine district, containing a population of nearly 500,000 of souls, lies off the usual track of travelers by the great waterways, and has been seldom visited by any foreigners except missionaries. It is an alluvial plain, the sea still receding from its shores, the land thus laid bare being swiftly covered with crops of cotton. A village, lying now well nigh bosomed amongst the hills, and separated from the sea by 8 miles of densely peopled and richly cultivated plain, still bears a name significant of its having been a harbor in ancient days. Noble peaks, from 1,000 to 2,000 feet high, Sea View Cliff and Beetling Brow Hill being prominent, rise from the plain in a fine curve from east to west. Eastward the ridge is lost in the sea, reappearing at a distance of 25 miles in the beautiful outlines of the Chusan archipelago. The people of this district are, to quote Mr. Russell's account, bold, communicative, independent, and irascible, by no means awed by a foreigner, and ever forward to question or oppose. Mr. Russell, preaching once in a large town named Yangvan on the folly of idolatry, spoke of the sun as one of God's glorious works, but by no means an object of worship. A tall man, his face glowing with excitement, with a voice of thunder, exclaimed that all the foreigner had been saying about sin and salvation was true, but it was monstrous to deny that the sun is a god, and that he would not listen to him for a moment. Mr. Russell endeavored to pacify his assailant, but all his arguments served only the more to excite him. D. 34. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Mr. Singh, the Kachist, a man of ready wit and speech, and withal a firm grasp of divine truth, interposed, and begged leave to speak. My friend, he said, I once thought as you do, but I have learned to think of the sun only as a lantern lent to us by the good God. And please consider the subject in this way. How can the sun be a god? Right curly bracket. We Chinese keep the birthday of the sun on the 19th of the third month. Now, the true God has neither beginning of days nor end of life. But please tell me, what do we mean by a day? Do we not mean the sun's journey across the heavens from east to west? Sun and day are both denoted by the same word in our language. From whence then, if our notion is correct, came the 2 months and 19 days before the sun was born? 1. The irascible sun worshipper disappeared, much abashed, behind the laughing people, like the sun itself retiring behind a cloud. But after a while he appeared again with a cup of tea in his hand, which he presented to Mr. Russell, with a smile on his face, as a kind of peace offering. Mr. Russell thanked him, and having drunk the tea, told him that though they had differed about the sun, he hoped they would henceforth be good friends, and he invited him to the district capital. The missionaries met on one of their visits to Senpa. A young man, a leader of the Ui sect, a kind of reformed Buddhists, said to have originated in the province of Shantung about 100 years ago. They worship no images, but reverence the characters signifying heaven, earth, emperor, parent, and teacher. They are vegetarians, and some members also practice celibacy. One of their strange observances is the holding of the breath till the devotee is black in the face, and life well nigh extinct. Some have been known to do this for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile they imagine that the soul * now in priest's orders, and pastor of the district. Early days. 35 has gone out into the unseen world, collecting information, which on his recovery the devotee divulges oracularly to the congregation. This young man, who was an office bearer of this sect, appeared to receive the truth in the love of it. Mr. Russell speaks of him as * for Christ prepared either to live or die. With tears we must read these words. They bring to our memory one of the great sorrows of the Cheh-Kiang mission, though not, alas, a solitary case of disappointment. This man ran well for a time, and was employed for several years as an assistant catechist. The Tai-Ping rebellion, whose history we are now approaching, proved to be a turning point for the worse in his character and life. He fell into gross sin. He was excommunicated, and though twice restored upon his apparent contrition, he has again gone back, and the rumor reaches me whilst I write that he has become a Buddhist priest. Let the prayers of the readers of this story rise as one to God that this fair and cheering fruit of 20 years ago may not be finally blighted by the deceitfulness of sin and the malice of Satan. The headstrong character of the Senpa people exposed the missionaries to considerable peril in the early days of the mission. The attempt to buy a piece of ground outside the south gate of Kunhui, one of the chief cities of the plain, was met by an uprising of the populace, and but for the prompt interference of H.B.M.'s consul at Ningpo, the purchase would have been prevented. One of the ringleaders in that riot is now the leading Christian in those parts, and a lay member of the native church committee for the Ningpo district. Upon the plot of land then acquired there stands now a commodious church, with a parsonage for its native pastor, the Reverend Singeng Te, ordained priest in 1876, a schoolhouse, and rooms for the missionary, attached. D2. 36 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. The church was erected with the contributions of foreigners at the open ports of China, collected through the kind advocacy of Bishop Alfred, who in 1868 visited and confirmed at this station. The work in Senpa grew, and within a year from the first visit of the missionaries, Mr. Russell had the privilege of administering the Lord's Supper to 8 converts. Kwun H-W-E Church, meanwhile, in Ningpo, as the result of 8 years' labor, Mr. Cobbold reported that 60 had been baptized, of whom 32 were communicants. Shortly after this, in 1857, my Cobbold returned to England with his family, his health much affected by the climate. In 1858 the mission was strengthened by the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. G. E. Moole. So small was the number of workers. Early days. 37 That Mr. Moole was, of necessity, soon engaged in active work, and before he had well learned the colloquial we find him, by the desire of his seniors, visiting Senpa in the spring of the following year. In April 1859, he had the privilege of baptizing 6 adults in the Qunsui Chapel. In the spring of I-860, Mr. Goff, who rejoined the mission with Mrs. Goff in 1854, being preoccupied with the care of opium patients, Mr. Moule was associated with Mr. Russell in the revision and enlargement of the version of portions of the prayer book previously printed in the colloquial. 2 identical editions were now published, the one in Chinese character, the other in Roman. My brother about this time took charge also of Mr. Goff's school of orphan boys, having already succeeded Mr. Russell in the care of his large day school. He had also entrusted to him a class of 4 lads, of whom 3 had passed through the above-mentioned day school, and who were being prepared for the duties of schoolmaster or catechist. After many hopes and fears, it is pleasant to be able to record the ordination of 3 members of the class on Trinity Sunday last, 1876, by their old friend and instructor, Bishop Russell, and the useful employment of the 4th as master of Mrs. Russell's day school. About this time letters of unusual interest were received from Mrs. Goff, describing her husband's work and her own. Near the south gate of Ningpo, Mrs. Goff had opened a girls' school, with 25 children. These girls were carefully instructed by Ruth, a Christian teacher, whom we shall meet with again in the course of this history. Ruth had a brother-in-law, an earnest and promising evangelist in the pay of Miss Aldersey, but who was cut off in the midst of his usefulness after only a few years' service. This young man Asteriskio Jingziu worked chiefly at Likai Asteriskidu, near Xiangjishao, the station alluded to above. His prayerful, diligent Story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Labor seemed well nigh fruitless when he died, but the corn of wheat, then, brought forth much fruit. A man, self-righteous and well pleased with himself, heard Jingziu preaching in the open air on the 10 commandments that rule with its 10 divisions, as another of the catechists delighted to call them, alluding to the Chinese foot rule, which is divided into 10 inches, a rule constructed by God for measuring the long and short, the excesses and defects of men's hearts. Convicted of sin, and led by the Holy Spirit's gracious power to the Savior, he became a devout Christian, and through his voluntary labor one of the most hopeful of the Society's outstations, that at the lake, was formed some years later. While Mrs. Goff was busily engaged with her schools, Mr. Goff was suddenly overwhelmed with an unexpected call on his patience, thought, and time. An Indian civilian, led by conscientious motives to relinquish his office as a collector of the opium revenue, soon followed up this act of self-denial, by placing at the Society's disposal for the benefit of opium smokers in China the savings of his official life, amounting in all to upwards of I-3, Mr. Eisenberg, C. M. S. Missionary at Bombay, and Drive. Smith, Bishop of Victoria, were the means of conveying the views and wishes of the earnest donor to the Society. By a remarkable coincidence, just as the news of this donation reached Ningpo, a large number of opium smokers from the Qinghua Department, in the heart of our province, some 7 days' journey distant, came up to seek relief from foreign doctors. As no regular practitioner could receive them, Mr. Goff, after much prayer and consultation, took the sufferers into his compound, and in the course of 3 months, from February 17th to May 22nd, I-860, he admitted in succession 133 patients, each one paying a deposit of $2. The anxiety and the strain, early days 39 on tact and temper were very great. The patients, under the influence of the craving for the drug, which is usually at its height a few days after the pipe has been laid aside, resorted to every kind of expedient to obtain relief. Baskets were let down from the upper windows of the temporary hospital, in which opium was placed by friends and laid outside, Window bars, intended to obstruct them, were broken and cleverly spliced so as not to attract attention. Violent quarrels took place, the result of the restraint and the craving. False keys were used, and the communication between Mr. Boff's dwelling house and the hospital was one night stopped by the patients. Many went back to their evil practices when released from trial and restraint, but some, it is hoped, were permanently cured. All had the gospel preached to them, and one was baptized before he left. There were not a few who with sincere gratitude bade farewell to their Christian benefactor, and 2 catechists sent down to the district some months later reported that about 1/3 of the cases appeared to be still abstaining from the evil habit. In 1869 another attempt was made by Mr. Russell, and an opium hospital was opened under the care of the late Drive Meadows. In 1871 Drive Gate came out, specially appointed to commence an opium refuge in Hangzhou, to be supported by the fund already mentioned, supplemented by a grant from the Church Missionary Society, and by medical fees for services rendered to residents. In this hospital, from that time to this, Drive Gate has worked patiently and efficiently. He has experienced to the full Mr. Boff's trials of 15 years ago, but he has not been without encouragement in his arduous work. From 15 to 20 opium patients have been received and discharged cured every month, and 4,000 outpatients, afflicted with other maladies, have been treated free of all charge every year. The moral effect of these efforts. 40. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission is great and growing. They serve to show that no connection exists between Christian missions and the opium trade. They utter a continual though silent protest against the trade. The missionaries are seen to be well-wishers of the Chinese. Christian truth is scattered far and wide, and friendly hearts and open houses are multiplied in city and country. The Opium Hospital in Hangzhou. From a photograph by Drive Gate. Mr. and Mrs. Boff, the latter greatly shattered in health, in all probability through the strain and trial of the abundant labors of the spring and summer, returned to England in the autumn of 1860, and 4 days only after reaching home Mrs. Boff was taken to her rest and reward. Our readers, write the secretaries, will this year miss the interesting early days. 41 contributions for which we have been indebted to a hand and a heart transferred now to a happier world, but her works will follow her. Mr. and Mrs. Fleming, who joined the mission in 1860, were soon engaged in active work. On November 8, 1858, at a conference held under the presidency of Bishop Smith, it was resolved that we consider the immediate occupation of Hangzhou as a second basis, after Ningpo, of missionary operations as very expedient. From Hangzhou a course of systematic cooperation might be carried on with the brethren at Ningpo in a common and united advance on the interior of the empire. Acting with great promptitude on this resolution, Mr. Burton, who had joined the Shanghai mission in 1853, left Shanghai for Hangzhou on a tentative mission, Jan. 8, 1859. To his thankful surprise he was allowed, without a word of objection, to pass the custom house, and even in the city and suburbs of Hangzhou he was allowed to walk about without molestation in his foreign dress. He lived in a boat outside the city till the beginning of March, when Mr. Nevius, of the American Presbyterian Mission at Ningpo, visited Hangzhou, hoping to open a Christian bookshop in the city under the charge of native catechists. In concert with Mr. Nevius, Mr. Burton succeeded in renting 2 small rooms in a monastery on one of the hills within the circuit of the city wall, and here he resided, with few intervals, till November. Mr. and Mrs. Nevius lodged for a time in rooms connected with the great pagoda of the 6 Harmonies, 4 miles beyond the city gate, but they subsequently moved to a monastery near Mr. Burton's residence. The authorities made no sign of opposition, the people were friendly, and numbers of visitors came daily to listen and to converse. Hangzhou was formally adopted by the 42 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Errant Committee as a station, reinforcements were voted from Ningpo. Two of the ablest Pachists, Bao and Stefan Xing, were to have joined Mr. Burton, and Mr. Fleming, who was expected from England, was designated as his foreign colleague. But the time of visitation for Hangzhou was not yet. The British fleet, carrying the Treaty of 1858 for ratification, was repulsed from the mouth of the Paiho, and amidst the excitement resulting from this unexpected and untoward event, Mr. Nevius' residence in Hangzhou was formally objected to by the Chinese authorities, Mr. Burton being alluded to also in their letter of remonstrance. Mr. Nevius was requested by his consul to withdraw, and shortly after Mr. Burton also left the city. In the autumn, however, October 19, 1859, we find him once more en route for Hangzhou, resolved not to abandon the post without one further trial. He spent just 1 month there, and then the attitude of the authorities became so menacing, and the danger to the two Pachists left by Mr. Nevius so serious, that, having no church to watch over, and no prospect of an open door, he left finally on Monday, November 28, 1859. 7 years later the writer visited this great city in company with Mr. Burton. The once magnificent *heaven on earth, had been withered meanwhile by the devastating Ping inroad and all the horrors of 3 sieges. It was with great difficulty that Mr. Burton could identify the site of the monastery in which he had spent those months of gallant pioneer work in his master's name. In the autumn of 1860, after the march of the Allied forces on Peking, and the ratification of the treaty within its walls, Mr. Burton went again to Ningpo from Shanghai, with the intention of revisiting Hangzhou, but that city was then threatened by the Ping, and the design was of necessity abandoned. Early days. 43 In the spring of 1861 we find him once more in Cheh-Kiang, where, in association with Mr. Fleming, he undertook the superintendence of our station at Yuyao, commenced during the previous autumn. Advancing thence, on the 4th of March, in renting a house in the great city of Zhejiang, 100 miles west of Ningpo, and the capital of the department in which Yuyao lies. Here Mr. Burton spent the summer of 1886, one of unusually oppressive heat. Mr. Fleming paid occasional visits to the city, but Mr. Burton was for the most part alone, assisted indeed by one of the Ningpo Pachists, Xing, and by his Chinese teacher, but without any foreign companionship. That summer's work was not in vain, as the story of the Zhejiang mission will prove. 2 adults, an elderly man and his son, were baptized in the city in the month of September, and in July 1862, I find that I wrote as follows: 3 adults and 1 infant were baptized in Grace Church today. One of them is a young woman, a native of Zhejiang, another fruit of Mr. Burton's short but self-denying campaign in that city. That campaign was cut short by the advance of the Ping insurgents. My wife and I joined the mission in August 1861, falling upon troublous times. Within 6 weeks after our arrival the panic caused by the news of the Ping successes began, and war and confusion succeeded, agitating the whole province for 3 long and eventful years, and rendering close application, especially to the study of the language, a difficult task. Mr. Burton returned to Ningpo in November. He fell back slowly and reluctantly. Compelled to leave Zhejiang by the enemy at the very gates, he paused at his old station. -0 Feniac I defoid copyright word, Olonin Spmol YIHL Nmog Onanud, Nova X 48.line 9AHL. Early days. 45 Yuyao. The fires of the approaching army were seen from the hills, and sadly and unwillingly he retired on Ningpo, and all through the days of anxiety, danger, and bloodshed which marked the fall of that city, he shared with his brethren their labors and their perils. The inroad of the Ping, occurring as it did just 14 years after the commencement of the mission, and exactly midway between it and the present time, may serve as a halting place in our narrative. In Mr. Hobson's words, quoted from a letter dated December 28, 1861, "Our beautiful vineyard at Ningpo has been uprooted, though, thank God, not destroyed, by the wild boar out of the woods. The whole mission, when the danger was past and the storm had spent itself, called, if not for replanting, yet for reorganization. And a new chapter will be required to describe the later years of the Cheh-Kiang mission." Mr. and Mrs. Russell, now in failing health, after 14 years continuous labor in China, had been urged by the secretaries to return home for a season, but they felt unable to desert their post in the hour of danger, and determined to wait, if the Lord permit this, till the crisis shall have passed. Chapter 3. Later Days. King of Glory, King of Peace. With the one make wars to cease, with the other bless thy sheep thee to love, int me to sleep. Herbert. Shortly after our arrival in Ningpo I took a short tour into the surrounding country with my brother. Everywhere the anxious question was asked, as under the shadow of some impending calamity, is there any danger? Will the long-haired, come right the walls of Ningpo, which when we started were in their normal state of silence and neglect, fluttered on our return with flags all round the 5 miles circuit. From that date, October 1861, the panic increased in intensity and confusion till December 9, when the city was taken. One by one the towns between Hangzhou and Ningpo were falling, and each ebb tide brought down the river crowds of boats filled with panic-stricken refugees. The garrison now bestirred themselves. Gunpowder was manufactured in large quantities, a shed where 40 men were engaged in the manufacture blew up, and Mr. Jones, whose house almost adjoined it, with 2 other missionaries, was engaged all night long in striving to alleviate the agony of the dying men, the whole number having, later days, 47 been fatally injured. On the parapets of the city wall great logs of wood 3 or 4 feet long, and armed with iron or wooden spikes, were to be seen, fitted with ropes and pulleys, waiting to descend in fury on the heads of the assailants. Meanwhile the missionaries in the city began to lay in provisions for a siege, expecting a long imprisonment within the walls. Yuyao, in which the small mission house was being prepared for our occupation, fell, and K, only 12 miles off, surrendered. The smoke of the burning of K's glory, the great Sin, -2 Quan, temple, blackening the northern sky. On Saturday, December 7th, the pennons of the T*IP*King vanguard were descried from the walls of Ningpo. A missionary with his binocular sighted them first, and passing the glass to the commander of the gate, he bade him look. The soldier gazed a while, and then, returning the glass, with eyes and hands upraised, he shouted, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" with a louder and yet louder scream, as he saw the long-dreaded and all too terrible foe actually at hand. The rebel army came quietly up, and disdaining the wild cannonade from the walls, the guns loaded with 2 small balls, and depressed to bear on the foe, the balls rolled harmlessly out before the roar was heard, prepared for an assault on Monday. In gallant style they swam the moat, and running under the walls, with tables covered with mattresses over their heads, they received and heard the threatening logs. In an instant their scaling ladders were planted, and they had gained a footing on the walls. The garrison broke and fled, and in 2 hours' time the city was taken. It was a morning of profound anxiety for the missionaries. The T*IP*King leaders had promised to respect foreign houses, but their army consisted mainly of wild lads trained to bloodshed from childhood, and discipline, especially in the flush of victory, was not to be. 48. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Expected from such a rabble. The mission houses were in great peril. In one, Mr. and Mrs. Russell with Mr. Burden had the anxious charge of a girls' school, and of many refugees. In another, my brother was alone, with the boys' school and several Christians under his protection. The veteran Baptist missionary Mr. Hudson, who also remained in the city, had his premises crowded with fugitives. Bands of rebel soldiery, men and boys, burst into the Mission compounds, and it required all the courage, tact, and patience of the missionaries to prevent the forcible dragging away of their pupils. The boys under my brother's care were already tied together by their hair plaits before he could come to their help, and were rescued with extreme difficulty. The arrival of the rebel officer who knew foreigners, alone, under God, prevented serious mischief. The other missionaries, most of whom were tarrying outside the city, came in as soon as it was possible, and stood by their brethren during those anxious days. By order of Sir Henry Parkes and the commander of the scout man of war, just 13 days after the capture of the city, all missionaries were requested to withdraw from the city, and with the help of passes from the T*IP*King leaders they were able to remove a portion of their furniture, and to carry with them beyond the walls not only all the Christians, but also large numbers of people who had fled to the mission compounds for protection. The memory of those kind deeds has not yet, after 15 years of checkered history, quite faded from the grateful hearts of some of the people of Ningpo. At the time a Taoist priest expressed his great surprise at the love of Christians. Two things had astonished him: the asylum for refugees, supported by contributions of Chinese and foreign merchants, and of which Mr. Green, of the American Mission, and myself had charge, and the fact, to quote his own words, that, if, later days, 49 one of your people is missing, you don't rest till he is recovered. As soon as the excitement had in some measure subsided, the missionaries anxiously consulted together as to their duty at such a crisis. Direct mission work amongst the Tairp-ing themselves was contemplated and attempted. But their extremely illiterate character made the distribution of books well nigh useless, and their frequent removal, their gross immoralities, added to their growing insolence and hostility, made the work discouraging in an unusual degree. Two of our outstations were for the present untouched by the tide of war, those, namely, at Quinhawi and Zhejiang, and these places were visited by the missionaries. At Zhejiang in these dangerous days, with Ping soldiers looking on, 2 persons professed faith in Christ crucified, and were baptized by my brother. Mr. Burton, with him as a companion, started for Sanpa and Shuhing on December 24th, returning without harm on the 31st. Their object was to see after Mr. Burton's Mission house, in which, with the clinging hope of an early return, he had left behind all his furniture, books, and see, when he retired in November. They were also especially anxious to bring away a Christian, one of 2 natives who had volunteered to remain in charge. The missionaries' property had almost disappeared. A few books remained, and a Ping soldier was discovered smoking opium, with his head pillowed on some volumes of Alfred's New Testament. The Christian, however, was found, and brought down safely to Ningpo. In February Mr. Burton and I visited Sanpa, taking rice for the half-starving Christians, and administering the Lord's Supper ** to the comfort of 15 Chinese. Though molested twice on the way, no serious harm followed. Meanwhile the rebel garrison in Ningpo grew bolder and bolder. Stray shots were 50 Lie Story of the Cheh-Kiang Missio 7 I fired over the river, and one entered a mission schoolroom on the further shore through God's kind care just at the dinner hour when the schoolroom was empty. One of the missionaries was threatened with a spear, and stones were thrown at the houses under the city wall. On Monday, April 14th, Mr. Burton finally left our province, having been invited by Bishop Smith to accompany him to Peking. That visit resulted in the formation of a permanent mission of the C.M.S. In the capital, Dr. Lockhart, a well-known medical missionary of the L.M.S., having been the first to enter the city. Mr. Burden was honored thus once more as a pioneer of the Church Missionary Society. Mr. Fleming, though in failing health, engaged diligently in itinerating work through the limited districts still open for such efforts near Ningpo. On Easter Day, April 20th, Mr. Russell administered the Lord's Supper to the foreign members of the mission in the hall of a small house which had been rented as his residence upon his quitting the city in December. It was a solemn and touching service. Thus I wrote about this time. A long time will elapse before we hear that dear and honored Vjis again. 7 years, in fact, all but 3 months, elapsed ere, with health only partially restored, our dear friend once more joined the mission. Mrs. Russell's serious illness made their immediate return to England now imperative, though her husband long hesitated to leave whilst the future hung still so doubtfully in the balance. Nothing, however, could now be gained by further delay. The missionaries, with their converts, had all removed to the foreign settlement, and were under the protection, so far as God would be pleased to use it, of the ships of war. On April 23 one of the rebel chiefs reached Ningpo direct from Nankin, with the rank of feudal king conferred by the later days. 51 King Sovereign Hung Shuk Tsuen. He was received with great exultation, and salutes with ball cartridge were fired through the rigging of the French and English gunboats anchored off the city. The admiral at Shanghai was applied to for protection, and as Mr. and Mrs. Russell in the ship Harvest Home dropped down the Ningpo River they met the encounter sloop of war and 2 gunboats steaming in from Shanghai, with Captain Du on board, and bringing a message from the admiral to the effect that the English neutrality must cease if such lawless proceedings continued. The tide failed the Harvest Home, and Mr. Russell landed, and ran back to the mission house to inquire the reason for the arrival of the squadron. He left again at night, and 4 days after a time of great danger and anxiety began. A price of $100 was said to have been put by the chiefs on every foreigner's head. All communication with the city was cut off, whilst the rebels, knowing that their time was come, and exasperated by the gathering of the hillmen against them, ravaged, burned, and murdered through the surrounding country in the most awful manner, and columns of smoke by day and the glare of fires by night marked the work of bloodshed and devastation. Many Christians in the country were in extreme peril, but none were actually killed. A night attack on the settlement was now expected, and for 10 nights the missionaries, helped by their native servants, kept watch by turns. The suspense closed at last. On Saturday, May 10th, at 9:50 a.m., on the advance up the river of the imperialist flotilla, shots were fired over the encounter's bows from guns near the Salt Gate. The vessel replied with a broadside. The gun vessels moored at the north and east gates and 2 gunboats under way opened fire at the same time with their heavy guns. One of the 6 gates of Ningpo. See picture overleaf. E2. 50 Chai Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. The King garrison returned the fire vigorously. Balls passed over the houses in which the missionaries with their families were living, or fell splashing in the rice fields close by. It was not till near 3 p.m. that 2 small storming parties of blue jackets and marines, numbering only 150 in all, gained a footing on the wall. The first lieutenant of the encounter, a nephew of Sir George Cornwall Lewis, fell dead as he cheered on his men, and the captain of the French gunboat was mortally wounded. An overwhelming column of insurgents advanced along the wall to sweep away the handful of English, but a shell from the encounter made them pause and waver, and panic soon spread amongst their numerous host. Meanwhile the West Gate, their only safe line of retreat, was reached by shells from the A-J-R which kept up a vigorous fire. She had already been hulled by some 68 cannonballs from the rebel batteries, and the chiefs seeing this gave the order to retire. The whole force, variously reckoned at from 20,000 to 70,000 strong, poured out in wild confusion, and by 6 p.m. the city was in the hands of the Allies. That was a night of anxiety indeed. The city was all aglow with fires. The small Cantonese garrison, thrown, well nigh forced, in by the allies, was timid and irresolute. Would the great rebel host gather heart and recover the city by a night attack? The missionaries watched again and prayed, and the Sunday morning broke in peace. A gunboat steamed 10 miles up the river, and found that the Cheh-Kiang had not paused in their headlong flight till one division found a halt at Cheh-Kiang in the north, whilst the other, refused admission into the southern city of Fenghua, continued its flight further still. On May 13 the former proud city, spared on its first capture, was seen in flames. Now terrible news reached us of bloodshed and burning, and the Christians in the country were in sore peril. Many Sanpa Christians managed to reach Ningpo in safety. Salt Gate, Ningpo. From a photograph by /Rager, WAI.SO.I. 54 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. But the Kachist stood at his post till, on the 26th he, too, was obliged to fly. 20,000 Sanpa men turned against the rebels, and at first successfully, but in the end the rebels gained the upper hand, and the eastern end of the Great Plain was laid waste with fire and sword. On May 26 my brother and I, with our families, moved back into our city home, and on June 1, after 6 months' silence, Grace Church heard once more the voice of praise and prayer. The first duty was to endeavor to reorganize and revive the work so rudely rooted up and scattered by the war. My brother had charge of the Sunday services, of the theological class, and of the mission generally. Mr. Fleming and I on alternate weekday evenings attended the city chapel opened for preaching to the heathen, and on alternate Sundays ministered to the congregation at Zhejiang. The men of war in harbor having no chaplain, much of our time was occupied in ministering on board and in visiting the sick and wounded. On June 5 the little church, just lifting its head from the dust, was cast down and deeply saddened by the removal on the same day of 2 laborers, Stephen and Ruth, whom we could ill afford to lose. Stephen Singh was the intelligent and earnest Kachist, whose history is familiar to many friends of missions from the narrative of the conversion of a Chinese physician, compiled by my father, the Reverend Henry Moole, and reviewed in the C.M. Intelligencer for August, 1868. Of Ruth, Lieutenant, the mistress of a girls' school at this time under Mrs. G. Moole's care, my sister writes, I had a joyful hope in Lieutenant's death as I had in her life. She longed to be with the Lord. She was delighted to have the Bible read to her. The words of Jesus, she said, give me such joy in my heart. But the time for quiet work and active reconstruction of the once flourishing mission was not yet. The missionaries all suffered much from illness during the excessive heat of the later days. 55 Summer of 1s62, and after a short stay in the neighboring hills, they returned to find Ningpo shaken again with panic at the second approach of the Cheh-Kiang. Yet signs were granted of God's mercy in the midst of judgment. The number of inquirers increased. The Kachists Bao and Zhang visited the southern country districts, and were everywhere received thankfully by the afflicted people. A rich man invited them /Stephen Singh to dine, and on the Sunday, seeking a quiet place amongst the hills for prayer and meditation, they met with a party of devotees, 9 women and a man, worshipping the god of thunder. They spoke to them earnestly for some time, till at last all replied, What you say is clearly true. And now what is to be done? May we worship the true God with you? And there on the quiet hillside, the thunder god sitting silent and senseless near, and Jehovah bending to. 56th Chai Story of the Cheh-Kiang 7 Mission. Listen, they all joined in worship. Bao had his Bible and prayer book with him, and spoke on the history of Cornelius. Paul would have baptized them all on the spot, said Bao, in relating the circumstances. In September the Cheh-Kiang in very great force poured through the passes of the southern mountains, and taking Fenghua as their base, marched on Ningpo. The city was shut up, the missionaries and their families, the mother and the infant, were in the city. Escape was scarcely possible, and danger imminent. The garrison to man a wall 5 miles in circuit consisted of scarcely more than the storming party of May. Treachery was rumored within the city, the guards at the gates were to be overpowered from inside, and the advanced bands of the Cheh-Kiang were seen in the suburbs and fired at by the British Marines from the walls. On the 19th, the Zhejiang Christians came to Ningpo in great alarm, having escaped with their lives by but a few minutes. A friendly neighbor lent a boat, the tide just turned for the ebb, the strong arm of Bong S-View, * the maker of boat roofs of bamboo, afterwards an efficient cakeist, sculled the crowded boat. The rebels sighted the fugitives and fired after them as they swept down the river, but they escaped, and we heartily thanked God for the deliverance. On the 26th relief arrived from Shanghai, and on October 9th Feng Hua was retaken by the gallant Captain Du of the encounter, upon which the whole rebel host retired finally from the immediate neighborhood of Ningpo. The British loss was 23 wounded, some being dangerously hurt. The Cheh-Kiang armies, exasperated at their defeats, now threatened the Sanpa plain again, and took K for the *D%ao was the good man's name, but he usually went by the name given him in the text of Bong S-View, or boat-roof maker. Later days. Y third time. A panic prevailed at Zhejiang, which lies only 8 miles south of one of the chief passes leading from the Great Plain of Sanpa. On November 6 I visited the station, and strove to comfort the alarmed congregation by begging them to pray for those actually suffering, 2. To trust in God alone, 3. To remember that earth is not home, 4. To rejoice in the prospect of the eternal rest. 15 adults were baptized in the Ningpo mission during this troublous year. The close of the year was darkened by various anxieties, amongst the rest, the unsettled state of mind shown by our 4 Prasekarandi, all of whom were for a time shaken in their allegiance, and disconnected with the mission. One by one, however, after a shorter or longer interval, they returned to duty, and we have reason to hope the sequel has shown that *the root of the matter was in them, though the effect of these trying times on very immature spiritual life was for a while so disastrous. On the other hand, a sign of God's presence and blessing was granted to lighten the darkness. My brother was visited by 2 earnest inquirers from the lake 12 miles south of Ningpo, and on going to see them at their home, subsequently, he found a little band of believers, the fruit of God's blessing on the unpaid labors of Bong S-View, their kinsman. He had early taken his family to the lake for safety from the marauding Cheh-Kiang, and during these months of confusion and peril he was laying the foundation of what is still, and, we trust, will ever be, a mission blessed of the Lord. The first fruits of this station, the 2 fishermen Peter and Andrew, were baptized January 8, 1863. On February 2 the whole foreign community at Ningpo was saddened by the death of Drive Parker, an active and able medical missionary. He sank under the effects of a strange accident, a bridge giving way under his horse as he was riding. 5-8 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Over it from one of his 2 hospitals for natives. Jesus is very near me, he said in his lucid moments. * Are the harps ready? In his delirium. On February 9th, guided by a strong medical certificate, we decided, though in great sadness, to recommend the immediate return to England of Mr. Fleming, who had suffered severely from repeated attacks of dysentery. He left with his family on February 6, 1863, and from that date till May 1864, an anxious period of 14 months' duration, my brother and I were alone in the Cheh-Kiang mission. On March 14, 1863, the great city of Zhejiang was wrested from the Cheh-Kiang by Chinese levies trained and led by French officers, and assisted by advice from Captain Du. Lamentable loss of life attended this siege, and the missionaries especially deplored the untimely death of Lieutenant Tinling, a gallant and most amiable officer of the N.7% who was on a visit to the siege works. Large numbers of foreign adventurers of indifferent character were enlisted at this time to join in the final attack on Zhejiang, and 4 months after the victory the province was infested with bands of these men levying blackmail on boats and travelers generally, and making the name of foreigner an abomination in the eyes of the hitherto grateful and friendly people. On more than one occasion my brother, when itinerating, was stopped and challenged by armed foreigners of this description. I commenced systematic itineration northwards from Ningpo in the spring of this year, and the field tended to expand, chiefly through providential guidance, to the southwest and west. My brother's health seriously failed during the summer, and he left Ningpo early in August to try the effect of a trip to Sheifu, returning after an absence of 5 weeks much refreshed and invigorated. Later days. 59. The autumn was darkened, however, by a visitation of cholera. Many sailors and marines from the ships of war were carried off by this and other diseases, and no less than 18 out of the little band of native converts died during the year. Bishop Smith visited the mission his last visit as it proved in May, and confirmed 33 candidates, and at Zhejiang there was much encouragement, the communicants numbering 11, and the system of weekly church offerings being set on foot. My brother visited Senpa in October, and found the beautiful plain terribly devastated, but the people in some degree more amenable to the preacher's message, being broken and humbled by their calamities. My wife and I suffered so much from the heat of this summer that we were ordered for a month to Hong Kong to recruit our health, and the other missions suffered greatly from sickness. But a heavier trial than bodily weakness fell on the mission at the close of this year. The senior catechist, Bao, annoyed at charges brought against himself and his family with respect to the appropriation of spoils left behind by the fugitive Tai-Ping, suddenly threw up his employment, and separated himself from the church, returning to his business as a tailor, and even working for some months on Sundays. For more than a year he angrily rejected the affectionate and earnest entreaties of his native brethren to return to the Lord. Repentance and restoration were granted at last, and for 9 years after this sore calamity he was spared to work again for his master. But he never recovered fully his former energy and zeal, neither could the mission repose the same confidence in him. These charges, brought in the most public manner by a native Christian, were inquired into, with the result that nothing was proved beyond a certain want of judgment. I made known this result to the Christian community as clearly as possible. But the mere wiggery into his conduct appeared to our brother a serious affront. G.E.M. 6 of the Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Nor commit to his charge the responsibilities of former years. But lights succeeded the shadows, and God was not always chiding. Early in 1864 the native Christians in Ningpo and Zhejiang promised the rent of a mission room at the lake and the pay of a chapel keeper, if our society would provide a catechist. The offer was gladly accepted, and the lake station formally inaugurated. I paid many visits to this station, and itinerated in the neighborhood during the next 2 years, preaching in all the towns and villages on the shores of the lake. With the permission of the Home Committee, a sanatorium was secured in the Western Hills during the spring of 1864. This pleasant place, a little Buddhist monastery called the Lotus Convent, having been damaged by a hurricane, which destroyed its guest rooms, and the resident monk, who was also landlord, being unable, and withal not very eager to repair it, since its shrine no longer attracted worshippers, the ruins were let at a moderate annual rent to the mission, on condition that we made such repairs as we wished. The temple itself was not leased to us, but when we proposed to borrow it as a place of worship, the monk himself assisted in removing the idols it contained to another building. In their stead we hung up a copy of the 10 Commandments, and furnishing it with a chandelier and some benches, we were provided with a suitable chapel for daily and Sunday services, at which many heathen often were present. The place has refreshed and reinvigorated many a weary laborer. The quiet retirement, the blue heavens above, and the green hills around, the sound of rippling brook or singing bird, the flash of summer lightning, the echoing storm, the cry of roaming deer at night, and the indescribable beauty asterisk the picture, from a fine photograph by Major Watson, represents two Buddhist priests at the celebrated monastery Action, Tung, in the eastern hills. Buddhist priests. 60. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Of the carpet of flowers in springtime, are pleasant and refreshing sights and sounds indeed after the toil and dust and oppressiveness of a great city. But far better than this, the Hill Lodge has been, we trust, the birthplace of more than one soul, and it has facilitated the establishment of 3 outstations amongst the hills, namely, at Songtseng, Dale, and Gaosan, connected with which there are now from 20 to 30 communicants, and each station is, we trust, a spot of divine light amidst the spiritual darkness of these beautiful hills. During the spring of 1864 many alarms were experienced in Ningpo on account of the sallies of the Ping from Hangzhou, in which city, after the fall of Shuhing, they made a long and stubborn stand, and it was not till April, 2 full years after their expulsion from Ningpo, that they finally abandoned Hangzhou, and, not long after, the dark cloud of war and confusion passed from Cheh-Kiang. The history of the Ping rebellion has been written by other pens, and must not detain us here. Very conflicting views have been held, both by missionaries and by others interested in China, as to the true character of the movement, and as to its probable results, had not Western powers interfered, and thereby secured the defeat of the enterprise. It is a touching fact that Ling Afa, the first fruits of modern missions in China, a convert of Drive Morrison's, expressed to Bishop Smith his confidence in the true Christian character of the leader, Hung Suk-Seun, and very recently Drive Yates, of Shanghai, who was brought into very close connection with some of the leaders of the movement, has expressed in print a somewhat similar view. And to some this would seem a sufficient reason why Christian powers should have helped, instead of hindering, the attainment of their ambitious design. But there is another side to the question. Not to dwell on later days. 6. The fact that England at the time of the rebel Han was in treaty with the reigning dynasty, very many well-informed authorities incline to the belief that already, before their contact with Western powers, the Ping hosts had come to consist chiefly of the offspring of many provinces with but a slight leaven of earnest men possessed of a purpose, and resolution to carry it out, had lost such Christian character as they ever possessed, had blasphemously added to the Bible's so-called new revelations, and had marked their victorious progress with murder, rapine, and frightful barbarities. Mr. and Mrs. Valentine arrived in May, just 1 month after the expulsion of the Ping from the province. After the summer, a season marked again by cholera and many deaths, the province was in a measure pacified, though the insurgents were still formidable in the neighboring province of Fujian. About this time our attention was once more directed towards Hangzhou. The impulse came from 2 of our native helpers, Miao and Zhang, who, after reporting a visit they had paid by the missionaries' desire to the western hills, asked leave to recommend the extension of our work to the great cities lately freed from the insurgents. These cities, particularly Shuhing and Hangzhou, they remarked, were once proud and self-satisfied indeed, and refused to receive the gospel. But now, after their intense sufferings and humiliation, surely there must be repentance. Strike the iron, sir, while it is hot. Cannot we do something for Hangzhou? Right curly bracket. My brother pointed out to his friends the gravity of the proposition. The work at Ningpo was of prime importance, that work was developing on all sides. Single quote hyphen he was reoccupied, a second station in Senpa was commenced, and the mission was weak even for its actual undertakings. My Hangzhou, Frommish, later days. Brother was often out of health. I had been only 3 years and Mr. Valentine but 4 months in the mission. Sir, they replied, single quote asterisk this may be God's opportunity, let us not allow it to slip. My brother turned to the elder of the 2 brethren, The Zhejiang, a man advanced in years, with feeble health, and having an aged mother residing with him. Mr. Zhang, it is impossible for me to leave Ningpo, but will you go to Hangzhou? I will go, he replied, God helping me. My brother, having subsequently ascertained that no other Protestant mission at Ningpo was at the time able to make the attempt, and having received about the same time unexpectedly the offer of a large native house to rent or purchase in the city of Hangzhou, gathering assuredly that the Lord had called us thither, started on an exploratory visit in November 1864, intending at any rate to settle a just in one of the cities. 29 years earlier, October 13, 1835, the well-known pioneer missionary Drive Gutzliff, when replying to the Society's letters of inquiry as to the openings for mission work in China, wrote thus: as a place of preparation, I propose Singapore, as a station in China, Hangzhou, in Cheh-Kiang. The view of Hangzhou is taken from high ground 5 miles north of the city. A low hill within the walls, near the south gate, is crowned with some famous temples, some tea houses, and other buildings. On the right is the famous Saihu, or West Lake, surrounded by picturesque hills or petty mountains, containing in their valleys great convents and temples of Buddhists. On the left appears the broad Tang River, or Cheh-Kiang, which gives its name to the province. Hangzhou, now 12 miles in circuit, with great suburbs beyond the walls, had, in the 12th century, more than twice that area. For more than 100 years it was the capital, or Kins, of the Chinese dynasty of Sung, whilst the Mongols, established at Pekin or Kongbalu, were consolidating and extending their conquests. They became masters of all China on the capture of Hangzhou, which, not long after, was visited by Marco Polo, under the orders of Kublai Khan, in whose travels, the glories of the Kins, or Kinsei, give matter for 2 chapters of glowing panegyric. F. 66. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. An immense city on the Tang River, but this must be left to circumstances brought on by the mighty hand of God. Bold and hopeful words, for there was no treaty then, and China's brazen gates were shut. And now the time had arrived. We decided on renting the offered house, which is still, after checkered years, in the occupancy of the mission, and a preaching room was secured in a busy street close by. Periodical visits were paid to Hangzhou by my brother in the winter and spring of 1864, to 5 whilst, encouraged by our advance, the American Presbyterian Mission at Ningpo commenced a mission in the city, arriving in January 1865. In the autumn of that year my brother moved his family to Hangzhou, a journey of considerable risk and anxiety, but accomplished, through God's mercy, without mishap, and missionary residence has been uninterrupted since that date. But we must return for a short time to Ningpo. I had the great joy of baptizing 12 adults at the Kunhui station on one day in the autumn of 1865, and in the city and country alike there was progress and encouragement. Regular itinerances were planned in definite districts, and in the spring of 1865 Mr. Valentine took part in this work, paying frequent visits, Mrs. Valentine accompanying him, to the lake. The Bao rendered most efficient help to Mr. Valentine during these preaching tours. In the early autumn of this year the persistent hostility of the people of K was greatly abated by the opening of a dispensary in the C.M.S. mission house within the walls of that city. Drive McCarty, a veteran and able member of the American Presbyterian Mission, most kindly offered his time and skill for this work. I accompanied the doctor on his weekly visits, and on some occasions as many as 100 men and 80 women were found waiting for relief. Christian instruction was given to the patients before they were admitted. Later days. 6 Whitehead by ticket into the consulting room. The result of the 3 months campaign was very cheering, and no difficulty was experienced in exchanging the mission house for larger and more commodious premises in the spring of 1866. During this year my wife conducted a Bible class for heathen women near the south gate of Ningpo, and with the assistance of Mrs. Valentine 2-day schools for girls were carried on, and the nucleus of a girls' boarding school was formed by my wife with the help of friends in England. At this time also her manual for the Holy Communion and stories for children in the vernacular were brought out. The boys' day school was full to overflowing, and with the sanction of the parent committee we were now commencing a boarding school for boys. Meanwhile, with Mr. Valentine's constant help, the daily chapel preaching was kept up, and in order to counteract the tendency to neglect the great city for the attractive and ever-expanding country work, regular visits were paid to the Christians' houses, notice being given beforehand of the pastor's intended call, and the heathen neighbors being invited to attend the proposed service. I began early in this year a Sunday morning address to the foreign drilled Chinese troops, which has been continued, with some interruptions, for 11 years. In Hangzhou, amidst some opposition and more than one instance of open violence offered to our catechists, there was yet much to cheer, and to confirm the belief that the work was indeed of God. On Whit Sunday, 1866, 5 converts were baptized, and the average attendance at Sunday services was 40 in the morning and 25 in the afternoon. In the summer of that year my brother edited the occasional church services in Ningpo colloquial, and Mr. Valentine superintended the printing of this necessary work. Some special instances of consistency and patient endurance to later days. 69 Reni under persecution, cheered the missionaries in the autumn of this year, particularly the case of an aged man at Yangvan in Sanpa, blind and in extreme poverty, who yet refused a sum equal to about £/Y the proceeds of the ancestral land of his family, which fell that year to his share in the usual system of rotation. The performance of ancestral worship being the necessary condition of enjoying his share, he declined it, saying that he had better beg than sin. In January 1867, the mission was strengthened by the arrival of Mr. Breton and Mr. Bates. Mr. Breton proceeded at once to reinforce the Hangzhou mission, and my brother, who had been invited home by the secretaries a year previously, but had been unable then to leave, cheered now by Mr. Breton's arrival and by the promise of Mr. Russell's immediate return, being also much reduced in health after 9 years' continuous work on the field, decided, after anxious consultation with his brethren, to take this opportunity of going. Mr. Valentine consented to proceed to Hangzhou to take charge of that important station in concert with Mr. Breton, whilst Mr. Bates and I remained at Ningpo. Mr. Bates left Ningpo on April 23 for the Lake Station, and resided there for some weeks, living thus amongst the people for the sake of the better facilities for learning the tongue. The East Lake, represented in the picture, is some 12 miles from Ningpo, with which it is connected by canals, and is used by a large population of sea fishermen as a haven and place for refitting their vessels. The sea is about 12 miles distant by the river from the point where the Ningpo Canal reaches it, and the fishing smacks on their way homeward are hauled by windlasses from river into canal, and again from canal into lake, over embankments with sloped sides. The wharves of densely peopled towns are sheltered from the wind by a kind of mud breakwater planted with willows. Such a town is shown to the left of our cut, its crowded dwellings clustering on the lower slopes of the steep hill, and its little harbor enclosed by the line of low willows. This is Dao Kong San, the home of 3 Christian brothers, Peter, James, and Andrew, the first members of what is now a growing church at the lake. 70 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Colloquial. This, his first residence out of the city, has been also the field in which much of his missionary time and energy has been expended. And God has given him to see a blessing on his work. A second station at Enling was opened just before his residence there, and recently a third station, Da Song, on the seashore 10 miles distant, has been added by Mr. Bates himself. Mr. Russell's return was delayed by unforeseen hindrances for 2 long years, and these years were filled full of anxiety and trial for the younger missionaries, who were now the only representatives of the society in Cheh-Kiang. Yet light broke in, as in former years, from time to time, on the darkness. A poor woman was struck to the heart, apparently, under a sermon on the burning bush. "I have been a bush for 42 years, she said, with a singular application of the great vision. In God's sight, and why not burned?" During the whole of 1867 I was the only clergyman in priest's orders in the mission, and this necessitated my visits not only to the outstations in the Ningpo district, now amounting to 11, but also to the far-off city of Hangzhou. And when in the autumn of this year Mr. Valentine's health completely gave way, and to save his life an instant return to England was necessary, I felt more than ever constrained to visit Hangzhou, if by any means I might, through united prayer and consultation, strengthen Mr. Breton in his post of solitude and extreme difficulty. The only native of Hangzhou who could help the missionary had been guilty of misconduct and broken off his connection with the church, and other cases of trial had occurred at the same time. This year the number of communicants in the province rose from 118 to 143, and the adult baptisms numbered 33. In the city of Ningpo there were signs of life, the latter part of street. John I. Brother leading brother, and friend. Later days. 71 His friend, to Christ being in a measure exemplified amongst us. The Catechist Miao gave very efficient help to the mission at this time. On February 22, 1868, the Bishop of Victoria, Drive, Alford, visited Ningpo, and spent a fortnight in the mission, traveling to some of the chief outstations, as well as to Hangzhou, confirming more than 100 candidates, and conferring priest's orders on Messrs. Breton and Bates. The bishop was much struck with the advanced knowledge of many of our native agents, and expressed his opinion that in this respect, as well as in general character and efficiency, more than one was a fit subject for holy orders. The bishop's kind interest in the mission, shown in the substantial form of funds raised through his advocacy for the erection of a mission church in Senpa, has been already alluded to. In the summer of 1868 I began the study of the 39 articles with the Catechists. This was continued by Mr. Goff during my subsequent absence, and finally completed at the close of 1875. The autumn of this year was one of well-nigh unprecedented sickness amongst the natives, and 2 of our Catechists were removed by death, and what with failing health and growing anxieties, the return at last, after 7 years' absence, of Mr. and Mrs. Russell in December, 1868, and in January, 1869, of Mr. Goff, after 8 years, was thankfully hailed by the whole mission. Mr. and Mrs. Enser's 3-month stay at Ningpo, on their way to Japan, whilst waiting the arrival of Mr. Russell, who had been appointed secretary of the C.M.S. Missions in China and Japan, was a help and refreshment to us all, as Mr. Enser entirely relieved us of the responsibility of the English service for the residents. The veteran senior members of the mission being once more on the spot, with the full consent of the mission, and J2 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Under a strong medical certificate, I felt justified in accepting the Home Committee's invitation to return for a while to England with my family. We left in February, 1869, after 7 years and a half of service in the field. Mr. Goff had been partly detained in England by his share in the revision for the British and Foreign Bible Society of the version of the New Testament in colloquial recorded above, asterisk, and its publication with references, of E/org, which has been of the greatest value to Christians throughout the province. Mr. Goff had married in 1867 the widow of Mr. Jones, a devoted missionary, who died at sea on his return to England from Ningpo in 1863. Mrs. Goff, returning thus to her former field of labor, was able at once to enter on her work. Mr. and Mrs. Goff have been abundant in labors, in season and out of season, ever since, and Mrs. Goff, with the assistance of her daughters, and of their governess Miss Bear, has done much for the heathen women and girls of Ningpo. 3 schools and 2 classes have been carried on, besides the superintendence of a Bible woman, and the general care of the members of the church. Mr. and Mrs. Russell meanwhile established, on a definite and satisfactory basis, many missionary agencies which had long been contemplated, and sanctioned by the Home Committee, but delayed through the weakness of the missionary staff. Amongst them were the boys and girls boarding schools for the children of Christians, and the Opium Refuge. The catechists and senior Christians were at this time gathered weekly for consultation on church matters. Mrs. Russell began again to work amongst her heathen neighbors, and being successful in relieving the ailments of their wives and children, she gained a wide influence, which resulted, for not a few, in their finding the physician of the *, see page 29. Later days. 73 Seoul. Mr. Russell was much pleased with the band of native helpers which he found on his return to the mission. They have left, he writes, on my mind the conviction that they are thoroughly in earnest, and admirably adapted to their work. They seem to have 2 great qualifications for efficiency among their own people, viz. a very remarkable acquaintance with the Bible, and a thorough knowledge of the habits and customs of their own countrymen. Indeed, as a native agency they seem to be everything one could desire. Early in 1870 my brother and his family returned to the mission, and proceeded at once to their old station, Hangzhou. They were accompanied to Ningpo by Miss M. Lawrence, who came out with the special object of superintending the boarding school for girls. Miss Lawrence made rapid progress in the acquisition of the colloquial, and was soon able to engage actively in her work. Since that time it has expanded. Carado day schools in the country, and the work of a Bible woman at the lake, are under her superintendence. This kind of work in the neighborhood of Ningpo might be almost indefinitely multiplied, were strength and pecuniary means at hand. Both the boarding and day schools are centers of attraction for the parents and female friends of the girls, who would otherwise come rarely if ever under Christian influence. Miss Lawrence has engaged also in literary work, and has published a simple catechism, and a translation of lines left out. The bishop, tiding in the autumn of 1875, speaks of the boarding school as progressing in a very satisfactory way. There are 24 pupils, who read and write the local dialect with care and accuracy, and have a fair acquaintance with the Chinese character. They know a great deal about the Old and New Testament, are as far advanced in arithmetic as children at home of the same age. 74 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. And, in addition, they learn needlework, braid making, and other useful acquirements. In March Mr. and Mrs. Palmer joined the mission, and Mr. Palmer worked for some time in the northern districts of Ningpo, in concert with Mr. Russell. In April, on my brother's arrival in Hangzhou, Mr. Breton proceeded to Zhejiang with the view of reopening that station. This great city, nearly 2,000 years old, dating from its first foundation, had already heard the sound of the gospel during Mr. Breton's brief stay. The joyful sound had been rudely hushed by the sound of the trumpet and the shout of battle. Would the people receive the glad tidings more willingly now after their years of misery and desolation? Duhalde describes this city in glowing terms. It is situated, he says, in one of the most beautiful plains in the world. There are canals in every street, and no city so much resembles Venice as this, though it is vastly preferable to Venice in that the canals are filled with very clear running water. Zhejiang must have sadly deteriorated since Duhalde's day, for though the countless ramifications of the canals in this vast plain are filled indeed with pure pellucid water, yet the city itself has not but stagnant, black, and unsavory waterways, one fruitful source, no doubt, of the frequent attacks of illness from which the missionaries have suffered. Mr. Breton's health gave way in the autumn of 1887, and he was obliged to return to England. During his residence in Zhejiang he had employed as catechist one of Mr. Burden's first converts baptized in 1861, and thus, 10 years after the first sign of a crop, the first fruits, if one may say so, was employed in the re-sowing of the seed. Mr. Valentine meanwhile, who, with Mrs. Valentine, had returned to the mission in November 1870, had proceeded to join Mr. Breton at Zhejiang, and he remained alone at later days. 75 that station till Mr. Palmer joined him late in the autumn of 1871. After 3 years of praying and working, God granted a great blessing to this mission. Mr. Valentine, writing on the anniversary of the first day of intercession for missions, December 20th, 1874, mentions the baptism of 7 persons on that day, and ascribes the ingathering to the prayers offered on December 20th, 1873. He contrasts thus the early days of his work with this joyful harvest. 2 years ago, when my brother Palmer was here, Mr. and Mrs. Palmer, in shattered health, had been obliged to return to England in the autumn of 1873, and we with our wives joined the prayer offerers all over the world. There was but one native Christian in communion with our church. There was no catechist left square bracket. The one named above had departed this life in peace right square bracket. No preaching room, no outstation, no school. Now we have 2 catechists, a promising outstation, a boys' day school, a well-attended preaching room, and, to crown all, we require at last 2 figures to represent the number of Christians, and almost feel emboldened to look forward to the time when 3 figures will be required. Since that date 7 more have been baptized, and the baptismal roll numbers 17 men and women and some children. Bishop Russell visited and confirmed in this station during the autumn of 1875, and writing at the close of that year a description of his visits to all the stations within the bounds of his great diocese, he speaks thus: "Of all the stations of our society which I have visited during the year, I was more impressed with the reality of the work at Zhejiang than elsewhere. The peculiar character of the people, who are bold, independent, and warm-hearted, may partly account for this. But surely there is something more. Surely the good Spirit, who worketh when and where he pleaseth, has been pleased to manifest his presence and his power in this place. 0100E*9, AIK 9 pounds I Zoi 0 id Y ols, Moho on Fel Y Asna Noising GNY How and later days. In a special manner and for a special purpose. Were it right and becoming to venture an opinion, I should be inclined to hope that as the natives of this city are scattered widely over the Chinese Empire, it may be the will of the great head of the church to originate a work here which hereafter may have the most important bearings on the general evangelization of the empire. Since that letter was written, the work has not progressed so rapidly as was at one time anticipated. The inquirers are not numerous. 1 or 2 cases of inconsistent conduct have saddened the missionaries, and Mr. Valentine's health has become impaired. But we yet believe that those joyful baptisms were the first large drops, falling in stillness, before the full shower of blessing sweeps up on the wings of the heavenly wind, and refreshes city and country. We must retrace our steps in this chronological narrative of the Cheh-Kiang mission, and describe briefly, in conclusion, the most important event in the history of the mission, which the mention of Bishop Russell suggests by anticipation. We rejoined the mission in December 1871, and I resumed my itinerations and my wife her work amongst heathen women and in schools. Drive and Mrs. Gata arrived by the same steamer, and proceeded at once to Hangzhou to open the opium hospital described above. The Hangzhou Messian Church was opened on the last Sunday of 1871. Just 3/4 of the expense of building this church was contributed by friends of the missionaries at Cambridge, Oxford, Hampstead, Dorchester, and by supporters of the Missionary Leaves Association. The C.M.S. grant furnished the remainder. It will seat about 150 worshippers. The hospital, a building transferred from the old mission compound, was erected in the following year. Mr. and Mrs. Elwin had joined Mr. G. Moved at Hangzhou in December 1870. Is the story of the Cheh-Kiang Mishiji, and remained there till the autumn of 1874, when, just as Mr. Elwin was, with great earnestness and hope, beginning active evangelistic work in the city and country, he too was struck down with serious illness, and was obliged to return to England. The frequent mention of illness, suffering, and removal in this narrative suggests strongly the trying nature of the climate, and a far larger staff is absolutely necessary in order to keep in efficiency the present missionary agencies, when so many changes have to be provided for. In the spring of 1872 Mr. Russell was invited to England, to be consecrated missionary bishop of the Church of England missions and congregations in North China, the many difficulties in the way of the accomplishment of this important step towards the consolidation and expansion of the Society's work having been at length removed. The consecration took place in December of that year, and in May 1873, the veteran missionary was welcomed back as bishop of that now widespread and flourishing mission which he had been permitted to commence just a quarter of a century before. The bishop held confirmations in all the chief centers of the mission in Cheh-Kiang during the following autumn, and in November he assembled his clergy for discussion of many most important points connected with their work. 2 station churches, those at Quinhaewee and *K*I, were opened by the bishop in June 1873, and May 1874. Much unexpected delay, however, was experienced in the ordination of native catechists, a step which it was hoped would have immediately followed on the bishop's arrival in his diocese. The great disproportion between the native contributions towards the support of the church and the society's outlay for the same purpose, seemed a reason for delay, and the organization of native *see page 11 for the author's deliberate opinion of the climate of Cheh-Kiang compared with some other fields. Later days. Church committees was also supposed to be a necessary preliminary to ordinations, that they might stimulate if possible the private Christians to greater liberality, and ascertain in some tangible form the feeling of the congregations as to the proposed ordinations. On June 6, 1875, however, the bishop, with great joy and thankfulness, admitted to deacon's orders Singeng Te, the senior catechist in the Senpa district. The ordination took place at his station, Quinhaewee. My brother from Hangzhou, who preached the ordination sermon, J.D. Valentine from Zhejiang, and I myself from Ningpo, were present. The church was filled to overflowing, and 50 Chinese received the Lord's Supper. The new deacon preached to a full church in the afternoon. In February 1876, the first meeting of the Ningpo District Church Committee was held under the presidency of the bishop. 1 native clergyman, 7 catechists, and 18 elected lay representatives were present. The practical result of the meeting was that they bound themselves to provide for the current year 1/6 of the money required for native church expenses, or about £25 in English money. On Trinity Sunday, June 1876, the bishop held an ordination in Grace Church, Ningpo, admitting to priest's orders the Reverend Singeng Te, pastor at Quinhaewee, the Reverend W. Brereton, of the Peking Mission, and the Reverend J.C. Hoare, who had joined the Ningpo Mission in February. Mr. Hoare is a son of Canon Hoare of Tunbridge Wells, the well-known and long-tried friend of the Society. At the same time 3 of our catechists were admitted to deacon's orders, namely, Wang Ishu Kwang, at present master of the boys' boarding school, of which Mr. Boff has exercised the superintendence, with indefatigable care and pains, for 4 years past. O Kwang Ishao, catechist at *K, and 8 the Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Xing Tsing, a son of Stephen Tsing, who will assist Mr. Boff at Grace Church. And here with the laying of this, one of the top stones of the native church so far as foreign agency is concerned, though it is in truth but the foundation stone of the native church so far as native organization and self-government are considered here, we may well pause in our story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. The years thus rapidly passed in review, 1871-1876, have been as closely crowded with events, bright and dark like the hours of an April day, as were the earlier years of the mission, which have been more elaborately detailed. The sound of the gospel in preaching or teaching, in city or in country, has, we may say, never ceased through the Society's missions in Cheh-Kiang during the daylight hours, and sometimes far into the nights of these months and years. But the machinery has been the same, and the agencies such as have been described above. Before bidding farewell, however, to this mission, let us gather up into two brief closing chapters some few missionary events not detailed above, illustrative of the trials and triumphs of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Chapter IV, Difficulties 8 and Disappointments. O send me light to do thy work, more light, more wisdom give, then shall I work thy work indeed, while on thy earth I live. So shall success be mine, in spite of feebleness in me, beyond all disappointment then. And failure, I shall be. The work is thine, not mine, O Lord, it is thy race we run. Give light, and then shall all we do be well and truly done. Boner, earned superciliousness, contempt for its foreign origin, the accusation of atheism, and the want of state sanction, formed, says Neander, the chief obstacles to Christianity during the first 2 centuries in the Roman world. And these obstacles are strangely reproduced in China during this 19th century. But we must notice first some of the more extraneous influences which indirectly oppose the work. And here the credulous and easily swayed character of the Chinese must be specially named. Particularly during the summer months, when, from the excessive heat, men and women and children sit out of G. 80. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Missio 7 indoors till nearly midnight, talking and striving to while away the weary hours. News is an article of absolute necessity. And this article, if not procurable in a genuine form, must needs be forged. Among the 16 summers of my connection with the Ningpo mission, at least 12 have been disturbed with rumors. And very shortly after the foundation of the mission this phenomenon was noticed, a phenomenon injuriously affecting missionary work, not merely because the disturbed state of men's minds at such times unsuits them for careful attention to preaching, but also from the fact that foreigners generally, and missionaries amongst them, are almost always implicated in these rumors. For instance, in the spring of the year 1852, Ningpo and the surrounding country was seriously agitated by a petty rebellion. The people of the Lake and the Fenghua districts, exasperated by official extortions, rose 3 several times, destroying first the house of a salt monopolist, then sacking Yamen of the magistrate at Fenghua, and finally demolishing the residences of 2 of the principal magistrates in Ningpo, and burning the house of the chief collector of taxes. The defeat of the troops in the country by these insurgents was attributed by the magistrates, so the rumor went, to the help and influence of that philanthropic lady, Miss Aldersey, who happened to have gone into the country with Mr. Russell at this time for change of air. She was said, in fact, to have supplied the rebels with arms, or with strategic advice, or both. Again, in July 1854, Ningpo was greatly agitated by the arrival of a corvette, sent from Macao to demand redress for some insult to the Portuguese flag said to have been offered by Cantonese at Ningpo. The corvette actually bombarded the city, much to the alarm and indignation of the public office. Difficulties and disappointments 7. It's 83 people. On the evening of July Loth, the day of the bombardment, Mr. and Mrs. Russell, wearied with the heat of the day, sallied forth to seek fresh air outside the city walls. On reaching the Salt Gate, writes Mr. Russell, our usual way of exit, and seeing it closed, we asked if it could be opened for us. 2 Canton men amongst the crowd assembled round the gate, hearing this request, stepped forward, and in a state of great excitement exclaimed, whoever dares to open this gate shall lose his head. Single quote, our friends, seeing the temper of the men, prudently resolved to retrace their steps, but the Cantonese, exasperated by the Portuguese attack, and including all foreigners in one category, followed them, brandishing their swords, and crying, "Let us kill them." This they probably would have done had the Ningpo men in any way countenanced the attempt. They, however, at once exclaimed, "Don't! Don't!" And the missionaries were escorted home by the friendly citizens, these angry soldiers still with bloodthirsty rage walking near, and threatening with their swords. Through God's grace Mr. Russell restrained himself from one angry word or gesture, which might have led to fatal consequences, and they reached home in safety. A year or two later, on the sudden arrival in the river of a number of Cantonese war junks, and the landing of 2,000 men, the rumor spread that all foreigners were to be exterminated. Time, place, and hour were mentioned for the murderous attack. The missionaries met daily for prayer, and after the prayer meeting a vigilance committee was convened with closed doors. Some of the missionaries actually moved in alarm and haste to Shanghai, others made elaborate preparations for defense. One, however, at least, presented an undaunted front of Christian courage. Miss Aldersey, refusing to move because of mere rumor, after making all prudent preparation for her own departure and that of her school were the peril to G2. Tao-Tai, OR Incandant, OFTHE 3 Departments OF Ningpo, Sheafing, 8 ND Tai Chao. From a photograph by Major Watson. Difficulties and disappointments. 85 become imminent, remained quietly at her post, and saw the danger pass over. It was in this case something more than mere rumor, arising solely from the fear or fancy of the people. The Cantonese, in fear, perhaps, of an attack from foreigners, had proposed to the Tao-Tai their simultaneous massacre, which would have been attempted but for the remonstrance of a subordinate mandarin. In the year 1859, and again in 1866, the city and country round were agitated with rumors of kidnapping. Foreign ships were said to be anchored outside Qinghai, the district city at the mouth of the Ningpo River, and agents from these ships were said to prowl about the suburbs at night with sacks, which they suddenly threw over the heads of unsuspecting passers-by. The sack was drawn tight, the men gagged, and carried perforce into a boat, and so out to sea. The rumor was plausible because of the notorious atrocities connected with the Macao coolie trade, and no sooner was it set moving than it grew and extended with alarming rapidity. Foreigners were to be exterminated as a retaliatory measure. My brother and sister on their way through the streets to attend the mission prayer meeting were wondered at for their boldness. "What," said the people, single quote, "do they dare to walk about still?" Indignation meetings were held in the city temple, adjoining Grace Church, and it was resolved to begin the attack on foreigners by demolishing this church. Through God's kind care, on that very day Mr. Russell had succeeded in proving the falseness of one of the circumstantial accusations of kidnapping which had caused the agitation, and this probably contributed to allay the excitement. A man, named Nai Xing Ho, had been suborned to appeal to Mr. Russell, as the only person in Ningpo of sufficient influence to procure the release of 3 friends of his, who, he asserted, had been attacked and bagged by foreigners 2 nights previously. 86 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mishiji. While he alone had escaped, Mr. Russell took down in writing his story, and escorted him to the British consulate. But on the following day he voluntarily confessed the imposture, and disclosed the names of his accomplices. The foreign consuls thereupon demanded from the Chinese authorities proclamations explanatory of the whole affair, and the excitement soon passed away, the people resuming their former friendly demeanor. Their hostile temper had sprung up at the time of the repulse of the British and French embassies at the mouth of the Peiho early in the summer. When tidings arrived of this disaster, the walls were placarded with inflammatory notices, and the missionaries were in considerable danger. In the summer of 1867 Hangzhou was seriously agitated by similar rumors, and on this occasion, as missionaries were the only foreign residents in the city, the danger affected them exclusively. The church mission was said to have children in pickle, who had been deployed into the mission premises. The Presbyterian mission was said to have enticed women into the compound, and then to have drowned them in a rainwater tank which the resident missionary in his innocency had just completed. The missionaries were obliged to go in a body to the magistrates, and demand proclamations denying these foolish tales, and pacifying the people. These were granted, but the missionaries were requested not to go out at night if possible except in sedan chairs. All the stations in the province were agitated with rumors, more or less truculent, during the summer after the massacre of Roman Catholic missionaries and their converts, and other foreigners, Action, Sin, June, 1870. A mob burst into the mission house at Zhejiang, excited by divers tales as to the evil deeds of foreigners, and as to their approaching extermination. They were much taken aback by finding Mr. Breton difficulties and disappointments. 87 quietly directing the carpenters in their work, and they left half ashamed, half reassured by his quiet and friendly demeanor. During that summer the danger was real, and God's good providence alone preserved his servants from harm. In Hangzhou the anxiety was all the greater because the triennial examinations for the degree of Keujin, attracting a concourse of at least 10,000 literati to the city, took place whilst it was at its height. In Ningpo vigilance committees were again formed, and some persons were inclined to leave for Shanghai. In 1873, September the missionaries in Hangzhou were greatly alarmed at the sudden arrest by the magistrates of all the persons who had sold them land or houses, together with their agents. So bold, though withal cowardly, an attack could only be met by consular interference. The British and American consuls promptly repaired to Hangzhou, and by their intervention great good, through God's blessing, came out of the apparent evil. Proclamations were issued in which foreign residence was officially recognized, and rumors to the contrary were declared to be punishable. A year later the mission houses of the Southern American Presbyterian Mission, whose prominent position on the city hill had occasioned the attack, were, after friendly negotiation, removed to another site, the entire expenses, amounting to some $10,000, being provided by the magistrates. In 1874 there was imminent danger of a rupture between China and Japan, and it was feared that other foreigners might be involved in the results of the enmity against the Japanese. The summer of 1875 is an anxious one, following as it did just after the treacherous murder of Mr. Margery. This summer, of 1876, has already produced its quota of rumors. The three cities Hangzhou, Zhejiang, and Ningpo have been disturbed by the mysterious dissip. 88. The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Appearance of the pigtails, or hair plaits of men and boys, snipped off, so the common talk is, by unseen shears wielded by evil spirits. Those who are thus shorn are said to die after intervals varying from 3 to 130 days. Women also are said to receive by some unseen process Chinese characters stamped on the skin, and those thus marked soon die. Some ascribe these rumors to the Buddhist and Taoist priests, who, not wearing the hair plait themselves and therefore safe from the insult, are driving a merry trade from the sale of charms to be attached to the queue. The magistrates ascribe these stories to the secret political societies, which they so much dread, and they have issued strong proclamations quieting and reproving the people. But the same tendency prevails in this case also to implicate foreigners. The hair plait is a badge of conquest, the mark of subjection to the present dynasty. Many think that the shearing it off mysteriously points to a change of dynasty. This will very probably take place, should the rumors which, as I write, once more fill the air of war with England prove true. A country so vast, so ignorant, without the benefit of any trustworthy medium for the transmission of news, with a people so easily swayed by false stories, while so deaf and callous to the joyful sound of God's true gospel, has little to remind one of the picture of the apostolic churches. They had rest, and were edified, and walking in the fear of the Lord, and in the comfort of the Holy Ghost, were multiplied. Yet amidst all God has been working, and has not left his servants without witness. But before I finally leave this part of our subject, I must notice briefly some of the I-7 difficulties and disappointments encountered by the missionaries. One great trial arises from the exhibition of mercenary motives in inquirers and in baptized members of the church. Difficulties make disappointments. 89. The hope for some employment, boldly stated or bashfully and slowly developing, or the application for pecuniary aid in starting a business, or in times of want and sickness, produce a depressing and disappointing effect on the minds of many. Mr. Cobbold, very early in the history of the mission, April 29, 1855, writes thus: "A continual source of sorrow to me here is, that on the reception of candidates, there seems nearly always to be a looking for employment from us, and a dependence on us, and this necessarily brings with it a suspicion of the sincerity of those received. Self-supporting Christians are still a great desideratum." The titer remembers well the great pleasure which he felt at an unexpected visit from an apparently anxious inquirer. "I conversed with him for more than an hour. He asked many questions, and listened with great interest to my answers. 'Now, may I ask one question more?' he said, 'before I leave?' 'Certainly,' I replied. 'Have you any employment for me?' I was struck dumb for the moment more with grief than anger, and could but bow him out of my study, with perhaps too complete disappointment at the discovery of what I took to be his only motive, but which may possibly have been the prominent one out of many. This is a subject which requires for its right treatment peculiar wisdom, tempered with love. Without doubt many Chinese have been gainers in a pecuniary point of view, and for the time being, by joining the mission. But surely their losses, or at least their risks, must in some way equalize, if not counterbalance the gains. Otherwise it is difficult to account for the very small number of converts. If to profess Christianity be the high road to 90. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission, lucrative employment, and to the enjoyment of foreign protection and influence, why are not our converts reckoned by myriads instead of by units? But in very deed the losses of an honest and consistent Christian, and thank God the Cheh-Kiang mission numbers such in its ranks, are not small. He loses all share in the lands attached to the ancestral hall of the family. He loses to a greater or less extent the respect and affection of his relatives. He finds it hard to borrow money or obtain other substantial aid in times of need from old friends and helpers. His name, in some instances, is struck off the family roll, disgrace inflicted only on adulterers or other notorious evil livers, and which is said to incapacitate the disgraced person and his posterity from competing at the public examinations for literary degrees. He is put in fact, out of the synagogue, and he shares also the opprobrium which foreigners incur to so great an extent. He is looked upon, however erroneously, more as a foreign subject, an alien, an outcast, than as a respectable citizen. And in all probability an attempt at the expulsion of foreigners, or the temporary withdrawal of foreigners in time of war, would result in persecution and insult offered to Chinese Christians. In one or two instances, I find I wrote in my annual letter for 1866, when describing the rumors as to the extermination of foreigners, which were rife during that year, the native Christians have been warned in a significant manner of the fate awaiting them after the expulsion of their foreign protectors. Then a consistent Christian is necessarily tried in another way. He keeps Sunday holy, and sacrifices thereby a seventh of his wages and gains, and often loses all chance of employment by his countrymen, or if he is an employer of labor, seriously injures his business, giving in this manner an equally real and valuable pledge of his sincerity as if he had difficulties and disappointments. 9. Sold all that he had, or parted with a seventh or other large proportion of it at the Lord's bidding. The extreme difficulty of the whole question of Sunday observance in such a country as China is probably but little realized at home. On the one hand, the missionary is constrained to set before inquirers God's positive command, given first of all, and for the whole human race, in Eden. That commandment is committed to memory by the catechumen, and at his baptism he solemnly promises to keep God's day holy. The Decalogue is publicly read in his hearing in the communion service, and he is instructed to join solemnly in the prayer. Incline our hearts to keep this law. The Church, as it were, both to catechumens and to her sons in full communion, declares that the observance of a day of rest is no mere church ordinance, but a divine institution and of perpetual obligation. And even if the missionary adopted the theory held by the late Archbishop Whately, that the sabbatic law is positive and not essentially moral, yet who would venture, as a faithful minister of the Church, to allow a convert from heathenism to neglect a great church ordinance such as this more especially when he reflects that of all nations on the earth probably none more require to be pulled and turned round, as Herbert expresses it, by a spiritual Sabbath rest, than do the worldly, gain-seeking Chinese right as God's law. Therefore, as the Church's ordinance, and as an institution especially necessary for the Chinese, we are constrained to preach and enforce Sunday observance. But then think of the difficulty we encounter. I do not dwell on the apparent absence of legislation on this subject in the New Testament. I do not pause to speak of the possible non-observance of the Lord's Day by the early Christians, or of Constantine's partial legislation. I do not attempt to calculate. 90. Chai Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. The influence of the evil example constantly before the eyes of Chinese residing at the ports, the example of the deliberate profanation of the Lord's Day by foreigners bearing the Christian name. I would merely remind the readers of this narrative that, reckoning the whole of China together, you will find only one Protestant Christian in every 35,000 of the population, and the courage, determination, and self-denial required for so minute a minority to keep the Lord's Day in the face of such a majority will be, I trust, appreciated and sympathized with by Christians to whom the Sabbath is indeed a delight, but to whom it is no self-denial to observe the day of rest. And that particularly when it is remembered that in the adverse majority are usually included all the poor Christian tradesmen's customers, and brother craftsmen too. These several points should be borne in mind, not merely by the unsympathizing sneerer at rise Christians, but also by missionaries and friends of missions, who are too often cast down or indignant at the development of mercenary motives in inquirers or converts. And there is another point of anxious importance in the same connection. Indiscreet charity has a sure tendency to retard, if not to discourage, that first duty of the native churches, to care for their own poor. This duty they acknowledge, but when it is performed on so much grander a scale by the foreign missionary, they contentedly and slothfully neglect the duty themselves. But if too lavish almsgiving retards native charity, is it not equally true that to refuse from some rigid principle all appeals for relief from poor Christians will have the sure tendency to obligate native liberality? The example is ever louder tongued than precept, and almsgiving will stimulate Chinese liberality at least as fast as alms preaching. Single quote, give to everyone that asketh of thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not thou away. These are solemn difficulties and disappointments. 93 words, which may be judiciously expounded according to the analogy of Holy Writ, but which cannot be ignored. Doubts also arise not seldom in the minds of the missionaries as to the genuine faith of the native Christians, when they find them eager to obtain foreign aid or protection in cases of persecution. One would like to see instances of the joyful taking of the spoiling of goods, of counting it all joy to fall into divers temptations, of accounting it a gift to suffer for Christ, as well as to believe in Him. The knowledge of the tolerant and almost laudatory clauses referring to Christianity in the Treaty of Zhejiang accounts, however, for much of this tendency in native Christians. It requires much prayerful consideration before the missionary can decide how to act in such cases. It may be right and best in every sense for the individual Christian patiently to endure persecution. It may be just and best for the general benefit of missions to claim the protection guaranteed by treaty. It is well sometimes to remember that the broad aegis of the Roman name which street Paul not once nor twice held over his own head, sheltering no doubt thereby the threatened Christians as well, worked probably far more promptly and efficiently than the Treaty of Zhejiang. And as the great apostle hesitated not to use this protection, much as we must deplore the too great eagerness in seeking the missionaries' aid on the part of Chinese Christians, yet we dare not on this account wholly doubt the genuineness of their faith. Then a third and last hindrance to mission work must be briefly noticed, that, namely, which arises from permanent and abiding slanders, differing essentially from the evanescent stories which I have enumerated above. The following extract from my journal letter dated December 1867, will give the reader some idea of two of the 94. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission, most potent of these slanders. Whilst visiting one of the Senpa Christian families, an old man, a headman of a branch of the clan, came into converse. Pardon me, he said, if in my weakness and simplicity I ask about a few things which I don't quite understand with reference to your honorable doctrine. Father, say on, I replied. Well, he said, some people will have it that when Christians die the foreign minister is instantly informed of it, and down he hastens, extracts the eyes and liver of the departed, who then, and not till then, is interred. Of course I don't believe this, he said, really believing it all the time, or at least fearing it to be true, but people say so. I laughed, and gazed at him till he laughed, and I then commenced an elaborate reply. I told him how amazed I was that the Chinese with their great intelligence were so ready to believe any silly tale. I told him that the story probably was originated by Buddhist and Taoist priests under satanic influence, afraid of their craft in danger. I asked him why the surviving relations had no quarrel with the guilty worm, threading their enshrouded forms, instead of with the innocent missionary. I reminded him that pirates abound on whom, with the assistance of foreign gunboats, and not on much loved and mourned for Christian friends, such acts might be practiced. I told him that after 6 years' toil I had not extracted one eye. I asked him how I, with but one pair of leads, could step to the 4 quarters of the compass in one day should deaths of Christians occur at such places, and at the same time, I told him that the whole story was a falsehood, and that I was vexed and ashamed thus to descend to argument on such a subject, but that I repeated such arguments as his own countrymen had felt to be convincing, and simply to satisfy his honorable doubts. The old man exclaimed that his heart was wholly satisfied. But hear me, he said, if I ask you one more question, be not offended. Speak. Difficulties and disappointments. 95. Freely, Father, I said. Well, he said, I hear that you forbid ancestral worship. Can that be right? Allow me to ask a question in reply, I said. How many times a year is the ancestral feast spread? 4 times at most, he replied. What, then, is to become of the hungry ghosts of your distinguished progenitors during the 361 days which remain in each year? Again, if the good go to the good place, will your good ancestors forsake ambrosial food for your cabbage? If any of them, alas, are in the place of woe, they cannot come out to feast on the steam of your pork. Once more, how many neglect or disobey their living parents, and after their deaths are very diligent in worshipping them, and offering them food, which after a while fills their own undutiful stomachs. Filial piety is fair and of good report, and Christianity very strongly inculcates its observance. But your observances seem to me the shadow without the reality. And, worst of all, you fail to worship the Father of our spirits, the great God of heaven. These slanders and misconceptions possess marvelous vitality, and, though answered and exposed again and again, still domineer over the minds of the people. I have known several cases in which hopeful inquirers have gone back, simply through the reiteration in their ears of these foolish stories by anxious relatives and friends, and time and growing knowledge alone can abate the misconception about ancestral worship, a misconception so plausible that the Jesuits under Ricky's guidance at the close of the 16th century declared the custom to be civil and secular, and as such tolerated it in their converts. This view was supported by Pope Alexander VII in 1656, opposing thereby the infallible decree of Innocent X in 1645, who had declared such worship idolatry, **** papal authority. However, since the commencement of the I-8th century has condemned ancestral worship as idolatrous. G6 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission and the Emperor K***Kang Hai in 1700 authoritatively announced that ***the customs of China are political. Such are some of the difficulties and trials which a missionary in China has to encounter. The list is by no means complete. I might have referred at greater length to the opium traffic. I might have noticed the cold neutrality with which many foreign residents in China regard and treat Messians, but those enumerated above are amply sufficient to account for failure and discouragement so far as human power and instrumentality are concerned, and are surely sufficient to prove that in the face of such opposition the real conversions and solid success which the missionaries have been permitted to see possess a miraculous origin. The excellency of the power has been not of men but of God, to whom be all the glory. Chapter V. Triumphs and Hodes. Here imperfection still, at happiest case, besets the work and laborers, few and lone they labor often, the good seed is sown. In weakness, friends grow faint, and enemies shout o'er their halting, but before the throne they shall behold the end with glad surprise, the numberless redeemed, all kindreds in the skies. 1 H.C.G. M. H.E. Parting word addressed by the Reverend Charles Bridges to one of the members of the Cheh-Kiang mission on his leaving for Ningpo, may well preface this short closing chapter, Remember, he said, one soul is worth more than a king's ransom, yea, more than the whole world's wealth. One soul saved and safely housed in the heavenly garner, by the efforts of 28 laborers through 28 years, and after the expenditure of very much money, and of countless prayers and thought and toil, would yet overpay the outlay in glory to the Lord and the eternal bliss of the soul. The Cheh-Kiang mission can point to many such men and women who lived Christian lives and died Christian deaths, and who will be, the missionaries' trust, their joy and crown of rejoicing at the day of the Lord. Some of such instances have been mentioned in the body of the narrative, and one or two more are enumerated here. H. 98 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. In the spring of 1859 died a poor man named Long Hu, at Kwun Hui. My brother questioned his nearest neighbor as to the circumstances of his death, and from the account given he had a strong hope that he was really accepted through the Saviour's merits. His neighbor visited him and prayed with him morning and evening, and Long Hu repaid the kindness by earnest exhortations to his friend, never to waver in his adherence to the truth. And so he peacefully passed away, and was buried in the presence of his heathen relatives without any idolatrous rites. On May 3, 1868, I received the tidings of the death of an old deaf man named Simeon. The catechist who brought the tidings wept at his death. Sir, he said, old Simeon put us all to shame by his earnestness and zeal. He was bent upon bringing others to church, and his last words to his son, now a Christian and a lay member of the district church committee at Ningpo, were, if you wish to meet me again in peace, believe the doctrine of Jesus, and attend the mission church. The old man had received the truth 2 years before, at once, on hearing it preached by the wayside, a remarkable hunger having been created in his soul some time previously, and this hunger all unsatisfied by fasting and idolatrous rites. He clapped his hands with joy when point after point of reproof or comfort was shouted into his ear by the preacher. He was found to have burnt a cross into his wrist to remind him of his Saviour's love, and after living a short 2 years of happy Christian faith, he passed thus in peace to the presence of the Lord. Of Stephen Zing's departure Mr. Russell writes, his death was happy and triumphant, In the closing hours of his life, he committed himself with confidence into the hands of that Lord and Savior whom he had so evidently and intelligently loved and so zealously served. Triumphs and Hodes. 99. In August 1875, the first fruits of the Da Song Out station, on the seashore, southeast from the lake, died. When on his deathbed he heard that the catechists from the lake could hardly come down in time to see him alive. Well, he said, salute him for me, we shall meet in heaven. But in life too, as well as in death, the marks of love, that first and last of true Christian graces, were not wanting in the Cheh-Kiang Christians. The Hangzhou Mission, the Lake Mission, the Longdio Zhejiang Mission in Senpa, all owe their origin, and in some instances their support, to Chinese missionary spirit and Christian liberality. The contributions of the Christians generally have not been so liberal as the missionaries could have wished, neither are they all giving, to their power, about $200 a year, or say pound from 600 Christians. The amount of contributions for church and offertory funds gives an average of 1 shilling and 4pence per annum for each Christian. But this sum is considerably multiplied when the loss of 1/7 of their earnings willingly incurred by many Sabbath keepers is taken into account. Some few instances of liberality have occurred. A site for a chapel, and half the expense of erecting a small mission building on the ground, amounting in all to about £/I sterling, have lately been contributed by a woodcutter in the Western Hills, only lately raised above the pressure of extreme poverty. And now, after all, is there any ground for the cavil that mission work in China, the Cheh-Kiang mission in particular, exhibits the picture of lamentable failure, and sheer waste of money and toil? Thank God, there are other missions at work in the province besides the Church Missionary Society 3 English, the Baptist, the China Inland, and the United Methodist Free Church Missions, and 3H2, 100 the Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission, American the Baptist, and the Northern and Southern Presbyterian Missions. Yet all told, the converts scarcely number 2,000, or not so much as 1 in every 10,000 of the population. Is this failure right? Shall the useless enterprise be abandoned? When God forbid. The very thought is treasonable to the Christian faith. And, besides, that word which never goes forth and returns void, preached for 30 years in city and country, in church and chapel, in crowded markets and by the quiet wayside, that instruction in schools, those tens of thousands of tracts and scriptures sold or given away, those prayers for this beautiful province, rising morning, noon, and night from so many Christian hearts, during the 10,000 days of the history now under review, are not, have not been, lost. They may be hidden, but they cannot perish. Whence come the bloom and fragrance and glory of the flowers and foliage of spring and summer? Whence? But from the small seed hidden in the dark earth. Thence in the rare warm days of early spring a few precocious blossoms rise and open as harbingers of the glory to follow. Here, too, in Cheh-Kiang the present band of Christians shows but as the early violet and snowdrop of winter's last days. But soon those blossoms here and there are succeeded by the sheets of hyacinths, as the heavens upbreaking through the earth. And spiritual light, too, is sound for the righteous. This gospel seed sowing shall result in a rich ingathering of flower and fruit to God's glory. This very era in the mission, this happy result of Bishop Russell's episcopate, the foundation of a native ministry, these first fruits of what will be, we trust, under the same honored guidance for many years, and to be succeeded perhaps then by a line of native bishops, a large harvest of native pastors. Triumphs and Hodes. These signs of blessing and progress, instead of making foreign work less needed, rather intensify the long-uttered cry, "Come over and help us." Our society, when a native ministry is really set on foot, will only be set free for her more legitimate work, the work of evangelization. And what a field lies before us in this province alone. In only 3 out of the 11 capitals of departments of the province is the Church Missionary Society represented. 4 out of the remaining 8 are unoccupied by any Messian, and there are besides 75 district cities with populations varying from 5,000 to 50,000 each within the bounds of the province. Ningpo's Karkarat circuit has not yet been fully explored and evangelized. Shuhing's matchless plain, accessible everywhere, calls importunately for evangelists, and Hangzhou, with the Grand Canal touching her northern wall, and the Great Shan-Tang River reaching with its upper waters, southwest and southwards into the interior, presents boundless opportunities for aggressive work. Shall university missions be sent to Central Africa alone? Shall India's great cities absorb the best zeal of England's missionary sons? Does China, with her ancient civilization and venerable philosophic literature, present no attraction for the Christian scholar, the faithful soldier of Jesus Christ? In the year 1848 the Church Missionary Society thanked God that at length 3 graduates from the universities were on their way to China, 2 only for Cheh-Kiang, however. 28 years have passed and only 3 more have been added to the staff of the Cheh-Kiang mission from Great Britain seats of learning. Friends of the cause of Christ, wrote Mr. Squire 40 years ago, just at the close of his effort to penetrate China. Remember China. In your missionary sermons and addresses let her have a prominent place. It may be that yet some time of sowing and weeping must. 102 The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission elapse before the reaping. It may be that the sharp plowshare of war must yet again pass and reap us over the land. It may be that by direct influence of the Holy Ghost, so widespread a spiritual hunger shall be created in the minds of this great people as to lead to widespread application for the bread of life. It may be that the walls of Jericho have been compassed long enough, and that it requires but the united shout of the church in prayer to cause them to fall flat. It may be that, in the words of an American missionary who knows Cheh-Kiang well, Mr. Dodd of Hangzhou, the wires are laid, we wait but the flash from heaven. If but the church awake to her duty and arise in her might, and take pity on this fair province of this great empire, it may be soon, it shall be some day, that Ningpo, the city of the peaceful wave, shall worship the Prince of Peace, Shuhing, the city of perpetual prosperity, under the blissful reign of the King of Righteousness, shall enjoy quietness and assurance forever, and Hangzhou, terrestrial paradise, shall know in very deed what Canaan knew of old, days of heaven on earth. Lit. Ship Island, it is coupled with such awe in a popular verse which describes them as heaven here below. Appendix. Lon Feng Shui. The superstitious system of Feng Shui and the religious observance of ancestral worship are very closely connected, and a brief outline of each is added here, drawn in part from able treatises on these subjects by Drive Yates of Shanghai, and Drive Edel of Hong Kong. Feng Shui means literally, wind and water, and some say that it is so called, because it is a thing like wind, which you cannot comprehend, and like water, which you cannot grasp. But this is vague and superficial. The formulated system of Feng Shui has 4 divisions: Li, the general order of nature; Su, her numerical proportions; Kai, her vital breath and subtle energies; and Hing, her form or outward aspect. The harmonizing of these 4 would appear to constitute a perfect Feng Shui, / the contrary will produce calamity. 3 points are insisted upon by the professors of this art, in which truth and error strangely mingle. I. That heaven rules the earth. 2. That both heaven and earth influence all living beings, and that it is in man's power to turn their influence to the best account for his own advantage. 3. That the fortunes of the living depend also on the goodwill and general influence of the dead. In direct connection with this 3rd point comes in ancestral worship. 104 The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Under Li, or order in nature, the Chinese, behaving as implicitly as the Duke of Argyll, though not quite so intelligently, in the reign of the law, make much of the number 5. There are 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 planets: Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Venus, Mercury, 5 viscera, 5 colors, 5 kinds of happiness, and the 5 relations viz. Those of prince and minister, father and son, husband and wife, elder and younger brothers, and friend with friend. As to the sky, or numerical proportions of nature, closely connected with the lie, ancient and modern feng shui literature are at variance. At the time of the I King, the most ancient of the Chinese classics, they recognized 6 elements. The modern system of feng shui, formulated by Chu He, the great commentator on Confucius, and by others during the Sung dynasty, AD 1126-1278, endeavored to harmonize the two, and taking 10, or twice 5, as the sacred number for heaven, and 12, twice 6, or 8 and 4, the numbers of the 2 sets of mystic diagrams known to the ancients, as the sacred number for earth, they constructed 10 heavenly stems and 12 terrestrial branches, and from their combination composed the cycle of 60 names, which is used now to designate successive years. A clever geomancer, well versed in this intricate but meaningless array of formulae, imposes with ease on his ignorant and superstitious customers. The Chinese think that the soul of man is twofold. They distinguish an animus and an anima. The first is the breath of heaven, and at death returns thither. The anima is the material, or animal element, and returns to earth at death. The common people, modifying this doctrine, suppose that the dead are chained to the tomb by the material soul, and that the spiritual nature hovers round the old home, and therefore, as there must be an action and reaction of the 2 souls on Appendix I. 105 one another, the comfort of the corpse makes the earthly soul complacent, and flashing complacency to the spiritual soul produces in some unseen way prosperity in the home of the living. It is said that in Hong Kong Chinese who wish to obtain some favor from foreigners will actually sacrifice and pray in the foreign cemetery, so as to secure the good offices of the spirits of the departed in influencing the living. It is said also that in cases of rebellion, the first step taken by government is to send secret agents, who discover the tombs of the ancestors of the insurgent leaders, and then proceed to open them, scatter the contents, desecrate the graves, and ensure thus calamity from the disturbed and annoyed spirits on their living and rebellious representatives. It will be impossible to enumerate here all the steps necessary to secure the quiet repose of the corpse and the consequent luck of the house. The tomb must be guarded from all noxious influences, which come chiefly from the north. Trees are planted, or mounds raised to ensure this. Water also, as an emblem of wealth and affluence, should be near, and straight lines in paths or watercourses must be avoided as unlucky. The connection between ancestral worship and feng shui will, however, be sufficiently clear without further detail. And in very deed it presents the Chinese virtue of filial piety in a somewhat unamiable light. The long days spent in the land given them by the Lord God seem to imply the existence of at least some genuine honor for parents amongst the Chinese. But there is a vast admixture of selfishness in the practice. It is rather from the fear of evil consequences to the survivors than from loving care for the dead that sacrifices are offered and tombs are so carefully tended and visited. See also the chapter on superstitions, in the author's 400 mm. Seeley. EO 6th Chai Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. And it will be seen that whilst fixed GII is a formidable obstacle to railways and other modern improvements, since some lucky tree or mound or tomb will meet and resist the bewildered contractor every 100 yards or so, the system of ancestral worship is a tremendous obstacle to Christianity. It has the sanction of very ancient observances, it has the far stronger sanction of the virtue of filial piety, of which it seems to be the sure expression, and it has the yet stronger motive of self-preservation and self-aggrandizement. Christianity, forbidding and condemning this practice as superstitious and idolatrous, encounters a mighty foe, which the almighty power and wisdom of God alone can overthrow. The question has often been asked with much earnestness and anxiety, by both missionaries and Chinese converts, whether some Christian rite may not be substituted for ancestral worship, which, while omitting and condemning all that is merely superstitious, idolatrous, or utilitarian, may yet rescue the Christian religion from even the appearance of sanctioning the neglect of filial piety. Second, recent news from Hangzhou. The want of leisure mentioned in the preface seems to have deterred the author from recording at length any of the cases of conversion and spiritual experience which have occurred during the 30 years of our mission. Biographical sketches, for example, of Stephen Xing, of Xing and his 3 clerical brethren, Wang Ishu Kuang, Xing Xing, and *0 Kuang Ishao, or of Matthew Tai, the artist Catechist, would have added much to the interest of the narrative, if they could have been inserted. The following brief narrative, communicated by me for insertion in the C.M. Gleaner Carrot, is given as a specimen, no doubt of extraordinary interest, of the manner in which God's providence overrules and assists the efforts of his servants in seeking out his scattered sheep. A letter received from my brother Arthur 2 days ago contains news of an interesting awakening near Hangzhou. In order to make the contents of his letter intelligible, it will be well to prefix an extract or two from a paper he sent me some months ago for a local purpose. He writes, during the summer and autumn of 1876, one of our catechists, Matthew Tai, the artist, accompanied by 2 young men who are preparing for church work, made very frequent visits to the suburbs outside the gates called Peace Gate and Periwinkle Gate, nearest my house. E08 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. The region on this side of Hangzhou is a plain, bordering on the river Tang, from which it is protected by a system of dikes, one of which forms a continuous road, some 30 miles long, leading to Haining, a walled city at the head of Hangzhou Bay. The plain, devastated by the Tai-Ping invasion 15 years ago, has been gradually recovering, and is now nearly everywhere covered with tillage, the husbandmen living in hamlets or single cottages, surrounded by mulberry orchards and groves of bamboo. Close to the city, and bordering the portions of the dikes nearest to it, are the suburbs referred to, consisting mainly of the shops and dwellings of the tradesmen with whom the countrymen buy and sell. So terrible were those years of war that education ceased for the time, and amongst the cultivators of these plains we find only the young and the old able to read, the middle-aged having been, in their boyhood, too much occupied with the dangers of the time to care for books or literary honors. Still, my brother continues, our zealous agents sold a good many books and tracts, and, taking advantage of the public tea shops, they had good audiences to preach to on almost every visit. After some time, as a few persons seemed interested in the gospel, they begged me to hire a small room, in which earnest inquirers might meet for conversation. The room, hired and fitted up at private cost, was opened last winter, and at first no definite fruit appeared to result from it. One day, however, the catechists and pupils were reading with me when word was brought that a gentleman from outside the city wanted to see Mr. Tai, Matthew, the artist. After 2 hours' absence, Matthew returned, bringing the visitor to see me. He was a tall man, 6 feet high, and he described himself as a schoolmaster, from a district 70 miles to the south of Hangzhou, who, having business in the city, had left his school under the care of a friend, and was now lodging near our mission room. Passing it one day, he noticed the words on our sign, or notice board, Holy Religion of Jesus, and asked what they meant. Being directed by an old woman to my house, he came at once to us, and began, with great apparent eagerness, to drink in the word of life. So rapidly did he learn the truth, and so strange was his intelligence, that both the catechists and myself at first felt sure he must be a Christian indeed. Appendix 2nd. 109. He goes on to say that investigation proved that this was not the case. In a few days he returned to his village, Matthew Lai accompanying him, in order to see for himself whether the stranger's account of his circumstances was correct. The latter welcomed the visit, but stipulated that nothing should be said for the present by Matthew about religion, lest the 4 elder brothers of the inquirer should take alarm, and prevent his return to Hangzhou. The stipulation was observed, and they came back together to Hangzhou. After spending a fortnight in study, Mr. Shu Chao, in the common dialect of China, once more went home to tend his silkworms. He went, purposing to hide his light again, but God ordered it otherwise. He arrived on Saturday night. Next day, the weather being fine, everyone was out gathering mulberry leaves for the market but Shu, who stayed at home, reading the Bible in secret. His brothers, hearing of his strange idleness, came over on Monday to upbraid him. He now boldly confessed that he was a believer in the heaven-sent religion of Jesus, and that, in obedience to God's command and the custom of the religion, he was henceforth to keep one day in 7 holy. Then, gathering courage, with constant prayer for the Holy Spirit's help, he began to talk to his friends. Every day during his 3 weeks stay at home, people came to see him. 3 of his dreaded brothers came amongst the rest to hear. The head of a vegetarian sect declared that he would give up all and become a Christian. Sometimes they sat till midnight, our friend reading chapter after chapter of the Bible, and explaining as well as his own brief acquaintance with it would allow. His journal is now before me, and in it he has noted all the chapters read by him. Some of his hearers copied out the Lord's Prayer and Grace before and after meals. Some learned by heart a short form of prayer, others the Creed, Lord's Prayer, and 10 Commandments. Every evening 4 or 5, and on one occasion 11, persons knelt with him in prayer. My brother's joyful surprise at this remarkable work was at this time tempered with no light apprehension of the fickleness of the apparent converts, and the animosity of their unconverted neighbors. From time to time during the 6 months or more since the Nar. 110 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mishiji. Rative reached me from which I have been extracting. His letters refer to the work, and always in a way to encourage the hope that it was in the main genuine and lasting. In one of them he mentions the fact that in 6 households the idol of the kitchen furnace had been voluntarily displaced and destroyed. In another, that 4 or 5 boys had been expelled from the village school, because they refused to conform to idolatrous usages, and that it was becoming known in the country round that many in the village were forsaking the customary worship and embracing the religion of the foreigner. But I was by no means prepared for so speedy and so hopeful a gathering of first fruits as he now tells me of. The village in question is called Dakishanki, nearly Dakinchi, which for convenience I will render Great Valley Stream or Great Valley. It lies among the mountains, some 70 miles south or southwest of Hangzhou, on the right bank of the river, in the district left curly bracket Hien, of Chukai. My brother writes, date October 8th. The work at single quote Great Valley, which I described to you in my letter quoted above, and which I almost regretted writing, for fear it should prove a false hope, has thus far, through God's great mercy, disappointed all our fears. I trust it is of him, and it will stand. Hearing through the summer a good account, I promised to go down late in September, and baptize on the spot any who might be sufficiently prepared, instead of having them up here. The inquirer, Shu, who has been the means of awakening so many, and whom I propose to employ on probation among the Chukai Hills, was baptized here, Hangzhou, on September 2nd. He went home at once and prepared the inquirer's / and Matthew Tai followed him on my return from Shanghai, spending 8 days at the village. Mr. Sedgmt and I started on October 1st, I very unwell, so that I could hardly walk to the place of embarkation left square bracket on the river, by an arm of which they were to reach their object right square bracket. We got out at Pondhead, sat a while, and then walked on to I-Kiao. The boat was very slow, and next morning at daylight we were at least 30 miles from our bourne, Great Valley Stream, that is at a place some 15 miles north of the city of Chukai, with an adverse wind and current. So we jumped ashore with Sedgwick's teacher and servant and 2 porters, and started for Chukai. The scenery is exceedingly beautiful, and as we neared the city, which lies nestling on the south of a fine ridge. Appendix 11. in of hills, with a beautiful clear stream flowing past the walls. S thought it the most beautiful scenery he had seen in China, and he has traveled much in Fujian and Guangdong. We reached the city at 3:10 p.m., very hot and tired, and after selling many tracts on the Great Bridge, we started in 3 chairs, sedans, for the other 15 or 16 miles. Grand hills came in sight as we moved southward. As the night fell, we saw men with flaming torches catching fish and crabs in the ponds and by the banks of the shallow stream. At 9:30 we reached Lai Pu, a town about 5 miles from our object. Here inquiries were made as to the Christian's house at Great Valley. Said one, we have heard of that man, about 30 or 40 people are following him. No one, however, could direct us surely to his house, and as all would be in bed before we could arrive, we reluctantly decided to sleep at Lai Pu, and got into a clear place, partly open to the sky, where we slept upon 2 tables. At I was up, and by 7:30 a.m. we reached Great Valley, and were cordially welcomed. After a good wash and breakfast in the upper room rented by the Christians left early i.e., catechumens, as a schoolroom and chapel, I began work, and from 9:30 till 4 p.m., save dinner time, I was engaged in questioning the candidates, and hearing them repeat what they had learned. Some knew the whole catechism quite perfectly, and all had a remarkable amount of Christian knowledge, and apparently earnest, hearty faith. I almost tremble to think of the number. There were 9 men, 5 women, 2 boys, and 2 infants accepted. The men were the 3 elder brothers of Chu, whom he so feared last April, their 3 cousins on the father's side, a maternal cousin, and 2 young men of other families. The women were Chu's wife and sister, his second brother's wife, and the mother and the wife of one of the cousins. The boys were the 2 eldest children, and the infants the youngest children of Chu and his 4th brother respectively. They wished all their children, that is to say, 2 girls in one case, and 2 boys and a very young daughter-in-law in the other to be baptized also, but I deferred these, as too old to count as infants, and too young to answer for themselves. One of the adult candidates has a fierce father, who hates his earnest efforts to keep holy the Lord's Day, and another has an uncle, who wishes to compel his taking part in ancestral feasts, but both seem firm in their resolve. Sedgwick was greatly interested, and asked questions through me. One of the women has a bad temper, and we hesitated long in her. Won the Story of the Cheh-Kiang mission case. She spoke with singular earnestness, admitting her fault, and not in the least objecting to its discussion, but asking minutely how far anger might go without sin. May I cry if I am vexed? May I halloa at the children if they are naughty? I do pray for the Holy Spirit's help. I could not reject her, and she came very happily, with her eldest boy and her baby. She repeated her lesson very well, and is very intelligent. The old mother of the 3 cousins spoke very warmly of the Saviour's love. Her memory, too, is excellent. Her 3 sons can all read very fairly indeed. Their ages are respectively 37, 25, and 20. The second son, of 35, still wavers. I quite hope that at least one of these 3 may be a useful agent some day. At 4 p.m. we went for a walk, and, to the astonishment of the people, Chembek, the highest peak in the neighborhood, about 1,800 feet high, I fancy, and with a grand view. We prayed, and I, on the top 4, Great Valley stream, lying at our feet. At night we had prayers in the family hall, lent for the purpose. About 150 people were present, some old men, from 1.5 miles off, having come in on purpose. I spoke long on the Sabbath from the evening lesson, Street. Luke Vi. I-20, in connection with creation and redemption. Some grumbling occurred from an opium-smoking brother of a candidate, well, said he, my brother is going to join you, but I won't. On Thursday, October 4th, I rose early, and had special prayer. Soon Matthew Tai appeared, anxious. There were rumors of a feast at midnight, and of plots to defeat the foreigner. M.T. and others went out to reconnoiter, and soon came back, saying that one candidate had been decoyed home by his father, and tied up to prevent his baptism. I could not wait, and at 8 a.m. we held service in the hall. Just as I began, in ran the escaped son, looking so pleased. The neighbors had interceded, and got him released, and the father himself was outside the hall when we finished, and I had a word with him. It was a solemn service. May it have been owned and ratified in heaven. And may the inward and spiritual grace accompany the baptized to the end. We left immediately after, got a bamboo raft at Lipu, a small boat at Chukai, and so to our own boat by 10 p.m., and home at last, on Friday night, after the rapid walk from Lakaya left square bracket described elsewhere, just in time to be of use in tending his dear wife, who, exhausted by nursing, had been taken suddenly ill in a way that for the time occasioned great anxiety. He proceeds, right square bracket some persecution seems almost inevitable, and, Appendix 2nd, 113 the idea has tried me much. But I am able better today, October 8th, I trust, to commend them all to God, on whom they have behaved. In a subsequent letter, dated 7th of October, my brother gives some further information. He writes, I have just returned from a trip into the country in the boat. Matthew Tai read to me a very long letter just received from Luke Chu, the leader of the band of 20 Christians, old and young, at Great Valley. Left square bracket Luke is the schoolmaster, whose conversion took place in consequence of his accidental visit to the neighborhood of our preaching room in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Right square bracket I had not heard of them for nearly 3 weeks since their baptism, and I was rather anxious. It now appears that, on the occasion of one of their great feasts the 9th day of the 9th month the gentry and headmen of the village held a council of war, and sent the village constable to summon Luke before them. He declined to go to /Van, telling the constable that, as he was guilty of no crime, he could not be summoned in that way. Then 2 leading members of the clan came up, and, with angry threats, ordered him to come. He still refused, but, said he, if you, sirs, wish to hear this doctrine, suppose you come to me, to our upper room. Left square bracket the room hired as a school and worship chamber. Right square bracket they actually went, more than 20 of them filling the room. They then, through a scholarly spokesman, attacked Luke, first, as to the unity of the deity, and then, as to Confucius and the Lord Jesus. Left square bracket their respective claims on a Chinamen's reverence. Right square bracket. Luke gives Matthew Tai his arguments, which seem to have been both bold and good. He used his Bible well, and he says that, before his opponents came, he knelt and prayed specially for the Holy Spirit's guidance. He also showed them the toleration articles of the treaty. Upon this they said, well, at all events, you have joined the foreigners. How, when, and where? Was his reply. You ought, at least, to have appeared before the headman. Why, he rejoined, if I have not done wrong. Then, after much altercation amongst themselves, they one by one went downstairs and dispersed, having failed, through God's great mercy, so far, to find cause for violence. It seems to me a remarkable and cheering event, though one cannot tell what they may try next. But God will lovingly guard his own. I think it will be wise to leave Luke as much 114 Story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Alone as possible, only having him up left square bracket to Hangzhou right square bracket for instruction from time to time / my brother's excursion had not reached as far as Great Valley, having been limited to a visit to Pondhead and the neighboring town of Herzwehr. G.E.M. Third a Chinese flower ballad. Asterisk freely translated and annotated by G. E. Mule. There is a popular moral ballad, in doggerel Chinese verse, entitled, The Precious Scroll of the Flower Names. It consists of 12 stanzas of 12 lines each, commencing each with the name of a flower which blossoms about the time of one of their annual feasts. There are 24 of these feasts, some of them lunar, some which depend upon the sun. The 12 flowers are the camellia, apricot, peach, rose, pomegranate, lotus, balsam, Puerolia fragrans, aster, hibiscus, lichi, a southern fruit tree, and lamy, a delightfully fragrant shrub by Carrot Chimenans fragrans Carrot Williams. Of these, the lotus, balsam, and aster are herbaceous, the other 9 are shrubs or trees. Prefixed to the stanzas is an exhortation to the reader not to confound them with common tales or playbooks, but to read them out seriously and clearly, so that all may hear and understand. Then follows the invocation. I betake myself to Amidagha Buddha. Amidagha, the Buddha of the Western Heaven, being the most popular Buddha with Chinese worshippers. Next comes a couplet to this effect. Asterisk asterisk the fine book of flower names is open today, all Buddhas and Pusas be with us, we pray. Asterisk extracted from the Church Missionary Gleaner for October, 1877. I2. 116 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Pusas are Buddhist saints, in Sanskrit, bodhisattva, who, in the process of transmigration, are but one remove from the perfection of Buddha. The successive stanzas inculcate virtue in the different social relations. For instance, the first reminds daughters-in-law of their obligation to their husband's parents. Let them think that they in turn may become mothers-in-law. Dutifulness at home will be regarded by Lord Heaven, and is much better than pilgrimage to Buddhist convents. In the following stanzas, children, husbands and wives, brothers and other relatives, neighbors, the rich, childless people, and other classes are successively exhorted or condoled with. The wicked are warned against insolence, and all are called to repentance and conversion to Buddhism before it is too late. The epilogue in 4 lines runs thus. Now hear this fine book of the flower names and honor father and mother, my worshipful friends. If this flower name lore you receive in your spirit, to build Buddha's tower were not so great merit. The ballad, printed in the cheapest mantier, sells for less than a halfpenny, and is much read and learned by heart. It occurred to us that a simple Christian tract, cast in the same form, might become popular, and if so, serve as a useful harbinger of other Christian books. Our idea was readily caught by Matthew Tai, a native of Ningpo, formerly an artist and public singer, but converted to the faith, and baptized in 1875 at Hangzhou. He limited himself to 100 whos, namely, 4 as a prologue, and 8 for each of the 12 months. The months are all named, and some of the feasts. The Buddhist principles of his model are met by dissuasives, both in the prologue and in the body of the poem. He appends a brief prayer to God for pardon, protection, and salvation, together with a few words on prayer, and on the words God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit. To crown his work, we persuaded him to design a title page, which consists of a border of flowers enclosing 2 figures, a singer and a appendix third. One flute player, praising God. A native type cutter and printer published it for us in very nice style for the sum of a halfpenny, 10 shifi, a copy. It has since been reprinted at the Shanghai Mission Press. The native ballad and our Christian imitation are alike in Chinese lines of 7 syllables. Each syllable being an integral word, one found it easier to give the spirit and sense of the original in English line for line, though not quite word for word in a longer measure. The Chinese lines are not rhymed throughout. Generally 1 couplet in each stanza is rhymed. The Chinese year is made up of 12 lunar months, an intercalary month being added once in 4 years. The year commences, accordingly, on a different day from year to year, ranging from January 23rd to February 20th. Here follows the Christian ballad. Left square bracket, the title on the wrapper is, A Fine Song to Awaken the World. In small type are the words, left curly bracket let the sound be heard on Lgai asterisk with the name of our Hangzhou Mission Chapel, Psi question mark I, hyphen Idang, Hall of One Faith, and a little square seal engraved, Faith, subjoined. Right square bracket a song to awaken the world. Left curly bracket a flower phi am for each verse. When the flower name song is first opened by you, be sure you part clearly the false from the true, and Hozo would sing this world wakening ditty. To invoke Amy Dagha, it were a great pity. 1 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mishafi. In the first moon camellia is budding so fair, when all the world bids you a happy new year, and everyone looks in this year to speed well, but the old yearn's transgressions they listen not to tell. They drink, and they stare at the lantern's carrot so gay, and their thought is of money, to gather each day. But money can't ransom a lifetime of sin, after death the requital is sure to begin. Second, in the second moon apricot blows for mid-spring, carrot and the shops also busy are new opening. To market and haven the merchants troop in, and everyone hoping the red gold to win. Burning incense, carrot all the life and luck to implore, oh strange, that sane men should dumb idols carrot adore they pray for good fortune, and know not, 'tis ill, such folk greatly anger the mighty God still. Third, in the third moon the peach blossom smiles on the feast, carrot when simple and gentle tooth, hillside asterisk carrot all haste, at the tombs of their forefathers duly to bow. Offer cates, and libations, and tinsafeno. For they deem that this sacrifice proves a good son, no matter how ill other duties are done. To follow the right, and from error keep clear. The main thing is truly our Lord God to fear. Carrot the Feast of Lanterns falls on the 15th of this moon, the lanterns being exhibited for a few days before and after the festival. Carrot mid-spring lit. Spring divides, one of the 24 annual feasts. Carrot lit. Men and maids bum incense, and pray for good fortune and long life. Incense, a constant ceremony in Buddhist worship. Asterisk, dumb idols, lit. Senseless pusa. The term pusa, or Buddhist saints, being here, and commonly, applied to any object of worship represented by idols. Carrot, the feast, namely of 1/2, Min, is a solar one, but frequently falls in the third month. It is the principal season for visiting and worshipping at the tombs. The other is in autumn. Carrot, the hillside, lit. The tombs, which are chiefly in the hills. Single quote, tinsel, paper covered with pewter foil, and folded to represent silver ingots and coin. One of the colloquial names for the sacrifice is soup and rice, from 2 of the articles universally offered. The libations are of rice wine. Appendix 3rd. IV. In the fourth moon sweet roses with summer carrot come in, the swains with main strength to plant paddy carrot begin. And they hope that the harvest this year will be good, but for winds and for showers carrot they, ray beholden to God. Since kind heaven, like a father, sends food at our need, continual thanksgiving is but his meed. But to run to the temples and pusa to pray, 'tis to dine at next door and thank over the way. In the fifth moon pomegranate greets midsummer's sun, when each chapman his debtors is mindful to done. To pay our just debts we all know we are bound, but to pay off our sins debts, who can be found? Don't go on in bewilderment sinning yet more, but do, if you can, day by day, quit the score. Your soul, while you think not, once summoned away, must pine in earth's prison full many a day. 6th. In the sixth moon the lotus carrot gleams fair from the lake, honor father and mother for piety's carrot's sake. Thy mother toiled sore, though the air was ablaze, to nurse and to feed thee through weary dog days. Carrot asterisk thy parents' kind goodness thou ne'er wilt repay, and our Father in heaven is far kinder than they. Registered trademark LUL-HIA. Commence summer, is one of the 4 chief festivals. It is the signal for beginning rice cultivation. Carrot paddy, an Indian word for the rice plant, is dibbled into the prepared and flooded field, from the seed plots which are made and sown about this time. 10. Caradins in season and rains genial. A common phrase inscribed, F.F. on the roofs of temples and on votive tablets before the idols. Tai Van Yang. Perpendicular sun. The name of the feast, the 5th of the 5th moon, approximately midsummer. It is one of the 3 annual paydays. Single quote 2. This month is called after the lotus, which, blooming first now, waves its beautiful pink or white blossoms over pond and lake till the frosts come on. The literal version of the phrase is, the lotus shines through the water's heart. / less than. By reflection, an idea which is continued metaphorically in the reciprocal duty of parents and children. Single quote piety, i.e., filial piety, one of the 5 virtues. See item v. 4. Single quote asterisk, dog days. Fu Tian, brooding weather. When the strong heat broods, as it were, on the earth. 120. The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. Ungrateful to heaven, perdition, is our doom / yet Jesus' surediship lightens the gloom. 7th. In the 7th moon balsam flowers carat redden the ground, when the devil lays snares, simple souls to impound. Then in street and in lane they say penitent prayer, carat and heaps of bright tinsel blaze up in the air. Unthinking, high heaven's just wrath we call down, choosing error for truth, sure we merit his frown. If the world its vain customs will never forego, there, as a fiery dudgeon awaits them below. 8th. In the 8th moon sweet we flowers carat perfume the feast, when the pink of our scholars go into the test, carat hoping well to high office through learning to come, gild their forefathers' name, lift the old house at home. Carat but the glory of this world flies vainly away. 'Tis a stage, and mere puppets we, re-acting our play. Carat yet obey heaven's edict, trust Jesus' word, and win joy evermore in the house of the Lord. Single quote asterisk. The balsam, or phoenix fairy, springs up freely year after year in crevices of the pavement in temple courts and similar places. Asterisk. Cholera and other epidemics prevail sadly in this month, and are attributed to the malice of forlorn ghosts, for whose repose services are accordingly performed in all parts of the city. These include penitential forms, and offerings of food placed on tables in the streets, paper clothes suspended from the walls, and tinsel money burnt by way of conveying it into Hades. Single quote Slug Nue or Alia fragrans, a delightful shrub, scents the air everywhere about the time of the Mid-Autumn feast. It is associated with the literary profession, and in fact comes into flower at the season when the periodical examinations are held in each provincial capital twice in every 3 years. Single quote lit. Everywhere the flowering talents, baccalaureate, go up to the provincial arena. This arena, at Hangzhou receives as many as 10 or 12,000 bachelors at each examination. A limited number, only about 100, of master's degrees are distributed on each occasion. Single quote lit. To illustrate their ancestors, and glorify their own gate wall. Before the courtyard wall, in which is the chief gate of the house, graduates of the 2nd degree are allowed to erect a pair of flagstaves in token of their degree. In China Punch and Judy is called the Little Theater. This is the figure in the verse. The line reads literally, just like a play acted by puppets. Apophthegms 3rd, 1 to 9th. In the 9th moon gay aster eye blooms, winter is near, and their warm wadded clothes high and low must prepare. All we ask for is victuals and clothing, and oh, when we, rayful we wreck little house with the days go. But next year, when the feast of 2 nines comes again, Leo can say that this body single quote 11 be living here then. Can you tell in the morn what at eve shall befall? To repent is too late when death has come once for all. X. Hibiscuses in blossom. 10th moon's little spring now home the rich harvest loads briskly they bring. Fill the barn, feed the body there, all our concern, to nourish our spirits. When shall we learn? Single quote caret asterisk pray you, sirs, to seek heaven beteems now apply, find a moment to heed the good news from the sky. Faith in Jesus' gospel from sin can release. Bring us safe to heaven's hall, fill our souls with sweet peace. 11th. 11th moon opens the sweet lammy caret bloom, be you needy or rich, winter, is certain to come. Caret if you, ve gold in your purse, wear your sables so fine, but poor laboring folk at the snowfall repine. 2 single quote aster comes first and then chrysanthemum, just as autumn is beginning in earnest, and the morning dews begin to suggest hoarfrost. 1 name, Kyohe, is given to both flowers in Chinese. Aster suited our line best. The 9th of the 9th month, called Chungyang Feast. Hibiscus, a free-growing shrubby, with a crown of pretty pink or white blossoms, something like hollyhocks. The lovely autumn weather gives the name, Little Spring, to this season, like our own All Hallows summer. The great rice harvest begins now. 2 asterisk these 2 lines run literally, single quote asterisk store up grain, ward off famine. 'Tis all their concern. They care but for the fleshly body, care not for the soul. Lammy, or waxine almond, is a very fragrant wax-colored flower that blossoms before its leaves on a shrub reckoned by the Chinese as a kind of flowering almond. Its botanical name is given by Drive Williams as Chinmen's fragram and it is really no kin to the almond or May. 2 the winter solstice, a time of distress, both because of the cold and the near approach of the reckoning day at the end of the year. 120 The story of the Cheh-Kiang mission. The sorrows of this life will soon pass away, but the state of hereafter lasts many a day. While there, nobody thinks, what a sinner am I. Swiftly doomsday comes on when 'tis too late to fly. 12th. In the 12th moon the almond tree spreads its sweet flowers / the new year and heaven's kingdom come fast with the hours. As the creditor reckons our debt's full amount, so God of our souls for life's sins takes account. And can one of the Pusa my soul's debt discharge? Or a holy man bail me and set me at large? No. There is no one but Jesus, his cross, and his worth, can save and convey me to heaven from earth. On the last leaf of our little book follows a convenient form of prayer, with this note: at all times and places it is allowable to pray, with quiet mind and sincere intentions. In prayer there is no need to use incense, candles, or the like, absolute requisites in Buddhism. Only one should rely on Jesus. The prayer reads, I thank God for protecting me. I pray God to pity me, forgive my sins, grant me in this life clothes, food, and peace, and, besides, give me the Holy Spirit to guide me from error to truth, to believe in and obey Jesus, so as to save my soul, and after death attain eternal bliss. My prayer is all in dependence on Jesus' merit. This is my sincere heart's wish. The principal words in this prayer are then briefly explained thus. Shangul, God, in this form is the Lord Creator of heaven, earth, and all things, lit. We know not, the future world, how we shall fare. Our version ventures to express the implied length of the state after death. Single quote single quote flowers, i.e., white and pink varieties of the double almond or apricot, richly fragrant, open now. Single quote the last days of the year are the great season for settling accounts. After New Year's Day no bill is presented till next quarter day. Pusa, saints of Buddhism, holy men, sages, or saints of Confucianism. Appendix 3rd. 123 Himself without beginning or ending. It does not mean to Haifang Shangl and the other idols that we are accustomed to hear of. Jesus is God's only begotten Son, who, under our Chinese Han Dynasty, was born into the world and made man, and in man's stead paid the ransom of sin. Therefore is he called Jesus, a name which means the Lord who saves the world. The Holy Spirit is spoken of with reference to the three persons in the one divine substance. His name implies his power to convert men from error to truth. Matthew Tai is a Ningpo artist about 45 years of age. Some 25 years ago he made, at the request of his friend Singing T, now a Christian presbyter, but then, like himself, an artist, some clever sketches of Chinese trades and occupations, afterwards published by the Reverend R. Cobbled in his Pictures of the Chinese, drawn by themselves. Eng Te, not long after, became a Christian, but Matthew had yet many years to spend in heathenism. His occupation as an artist and musician combined proving lucrative, he became dissipated, and indulged in opium smoking and wine, without, however, reducing his family to utter poverty. In 186 when he fell into the hands of the Taiping rebels, and remained a captive for many months. During this time some Christian books, found in the house occupied by his captor, attracted his attention, and subsequently other circumstances seem to have given him uneasiness under his conviction of sin and apprehension respecting the future. He was known to one of our catechists, Miao, whom he respected, and who used to exhort him, but without immediate effect. Some 10 years ago he visited Hangzhou, then recently freed from the rebel scourge, and with his young son as apprentice, began a prosperous business there. At length, about the year 1873, alarmed at the growing expense of his opium pipe, he resolved to leave it off, and had succeeded in doing so about the beginning of 1874. It was in June of this year that his meeting me in the street reminded him of almost forgotten impressions, and led him to seek an interview. In this he expressed his conviction of the truth of the gospel and of his need of it as a sinner, and I had to check his eager desire for 124 single quote carat 5 Church of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Speedy baptism by telling him of the cost of discipleship, and advising him to seek in God's word a fuller knowledge of the Savior before he pledged himself unreservedly to be his soldier and servant. He began at once to act on his belief by refusing to paint the effigies at ancestral rites hitherto a large proportion of his business, and also by endeavoring to leave off wine, as he had already left off opium. After some 7 or 8 months' trial I baptized him, with his young apprentice son John. A few months later his wife, too, was baptized by the name of Mary, so that they are now an united family of Christians. John has been a Christian pupil for the past 2 years. His father, after continuing his trade for half a year, was taken as a probationary catechist, and both father and son have shown much zeal in making the gospel known. They are maintained by private friends in England. It was whilst still living by his trade that Matthew brought me one day a tiny sketch of the 5 fooled virgins shut out. Its Chinese air and clever drawing pleased me, and I suggested that he should illustrate other parables in the same way. He has supplied several such drawings as illustrations to a Chinese periodical, published by an American missionary at Shanghai, and a selection of them were published in the Simmerch Missio Iri Gleaner of 1877. IV Chronological Table OFTHECHE-Kang Mission. 1836 The Reverend E. B. Squire sent out on a mission of inquiry to China. 1840 Treaty of Nankin opened 5 ports Canton, Amoy, Foochow, Ningpo, and Shanghai, and ceded Hong Kong to Great Britain. 1843 Anonymous gift of carat 5 Kamu to start China mission. 1844 Revs. G. Smith and T. Mpalachi sailed for China, June 4. 1845 Mpalachi commenced Shanghai mission. Smith visited Ningpo and other ports. 1848 The Reverend R. H. Cobbled and W. A. Russell began Ningpo mission, May 13. 1849 The Reverend C. Smith consecrated Bishop of Victoria, Hong Kong. 1850 The Reverend F. Goff to Ningpo. 185 Easter Day. First 2 converts at Ningpo baptized. Romanized colloquial introduced in mission schools. 1853 The Reverend J.S. Burden joined Shanghai Mission. Baoyuai, first Ningpo Catechist. 1854 Four Gospels and two Epistles published in Roman colloquial. 1855 High the end of this year 60 converts enrolled. 1857 Sanpa District, near Ningpo, occupied. The Reverend R. H. Cobbled quits China. 1858 Treaty of Tientsin opened China and proclaimed religious liberty. The Reverend G. E. Mule to Ningpo. Bishop Smith's visitation 32 confirmed. 1859 Many conversions in Ningpo Mission. Burden to Hangzhou, compelled to retire in I-860 by renewed hostilities. 126 The Story of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. I-860's single quote -k, ZKI, occupied. Portions of prayer book published in the Ningpo colloquial. Boff opened opium refuge at Ningpo. The Reverend T. S. Fleming to Ningpo. At the end of the year 140 baptized persons, 84 communicants. 1861 The Reverend A. E. Mule to Ningpo. Burden and Fleming began mission at Zhejiang. Zhejiang and Ningpo taken by Taiping insurgents. 1860 Hangzhou taken, and nearly all Zhejiang held by Taipings. Ningpo retaken in May. Burden to Peking, where he founded a mission. Stephen Tsing died June 5. 1863 Jan. 1/8, first baptisms at Eastern Lake. Fleming compelled by ill health to quit China. Bishop Smith's visitation 33 confirmed. 1864 mission begun in the Western Hills. G. E. Mule to Hangzhou recommenced mission. The Reverend J. D. Valentine to Ningpo. 1865 end of the year 292 baptized, 77 communicants. 1866 Whit Sunday. 6 converts baptized at Hangzhou. 1867 The Reverend J. Bates to Ningpo. The Reverend H. Breton to Hangzhou. During the year 33 baptized. Communicants 155. 1868 Bishop Alfred's visitation 91 confirmed. 1869 Boarding schools for children of Christians fairly started at Ningpo, also a temporary opium refuge. 1870 Breton reopens Zhejiang Mission. The Reverend R. Palmer, the Reverend A. Elwin, and Miss Lawrence to Ningpo. Massacre of R. C. Christians at Tientsin. Elwin to Hangzhou. 1871, Drive, Gate to Hangzhou. Hangzhou Church opened. 1872 December 15 The Reverend W. A. Russell consecrated first missionary bishop in North China. 1873 Bishop Russell's first visitation 126 confirmed. Opium refuge at Hangzhou. 1874 December 20 Interesting baptisms at Zhejiang. 1875 June 6 Singing Tea ordained deacon at Queensway, Sanpa. 1876 The Reverend J. C. Hoare to Ningpo. First meeting of Ningpo District Church Committee. Statistics, and c. 127-1876 June, Trinity Sunday ordination of Wang Ishu Kwang, O Kwang Ishao, and Xing Sing at Ningpo. 1877 The Reverend J. H. Sedgwick to Hangzhou from Hong Kong. Interesting work at Great Valley, 70 miles from Hangzhou, 17 adults baptized. Present staff OF, C. M. S. INTHE Cheh-Kiang Province. The year next to each name is the date of first departure for China. Ningpo Right the Reverend Bishop W. A. Russell, D.D., 1847. The Reverend F. Koff, M. 1849. The Reverend J. Bates, 1866. The Reverend J. C. Hoare, B.A., 1875. The Reverend Singeng Te, native, ordained 1875. The Reverend Wang Ishu Kwang, single quote backslash the Reverend O Kwang Isheo, backslash hyphen Nadias, ordained 1876. The Reverend Xing Sing, Miss Matilda Lawrence, 1869. Hang Koiv. Rev. George E. Moole, B.A., 1857, Home. The Reverend Arthur E. Moole, 1861. The Reverend Arthur L. Wynne, 1870, left curly bracket at home. The Reverend J. H. Sedgwick, 1874. Drive. James Gate, 187 1. Zhejiang. Rev. J. D. Valentine, 1863. The Reverend R. Palmer, 1870. Statistics of the Cheh-Kiang Mission. Native Christian Native teachers. Adherents. Communicants. Scholars Ningpo and outstations 24,478,245 168 Hangzhou 3, 58, 29, 28 Zhejiang 2, 29, 14, 14 total 29,565,288 210 left square bracket NB. These statistics are for 1876. Later returns are not yet complete, except for Hang Koiv, if it shows 6 Natis Karate Christian teachers, 102 adherents, 36 communicants. Single quote right square bracket. London, printed by Jazz. Truscott and Son, Suffolk Lane, City. Date DUE Gaylord number 3523 PI, printed in USA.